celebrate the work and the contribution that small businesses make to the economy. And we always hear the cliche that small businesses are the backbone of our economy. They are indeed, you know, it's said so much that it sounds like a cliche, but they are indeed the backbone of our economy. And small businesses hire more people than our big corporations do. So we need to be proud. And on this day, we are proud and happy and jubilant to be celebrating small businesses.
Yes.
Welcome, and let's enjoy and let's talk to our experts, and I'll hand it over to our moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Ndoro. So pleasant good morning to everyone. My name is Sakoa Bell, an event coordinator for the NJSBDC at Rutgers-Newark. And on behalf of our regional director, Dr. Ndoro, we would like to welcome you to our SBDC Ask the Experts live Q&A. So just like Dr. Ndoro said, for those of you that are unfamiliar with SBDC, it stands for Small Business Development Centers, and we are the premier provider of business consulting, training, and technical assistance services to establish small businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs in New Jersey, particularly those in Essex County. We are one of 12 centers in the NJSBDC network, and our center is hosted by the Rutgers Business School and funded through a partnership agreement between the SBA, Rutgers University, and the New Jersey Business Action Center. The mission of SBDC is to help entrepreneurs and business owners start and grow successful and sustainable businesses by offering no-cost business consulting, technical assistance, and training programs. Today, we are celebrating our 5th annual SBDC Day. And SBDC Day is a national collective proclamation of the impact America's small business development centers have on the success of our nation's small businesses. SBDC Day unites the nearly 1,000 SBDC centers across the country and the hundreds of thousands of clients they serve by sharing in real time the success stories and notable impacts SBDCs collectively have on the small business community at large. Our center chose to celebrate SBDC Day by hosting this Ask the Experts Q&A event where you can ask your business questions around business topics such as startup, procurement, marketing, e-commerce, cybersecurity, and capital and finance. For today, we will be taking questions 4 ways. You can post your questions using the Q&A feature here on Zoom. You can also raise your hand. The button is located next to the chat button, and we will allow you to use your microphone to ask your questions live. Now, the segment is called How to Start a Business in New Jersey, and we have 2 experts here with us today to answer your questions. We have Wendy Oliveris and Karen Pashota. Wendy and Karen are both consultants at the NJSBDC at Rutgers-Newark. And now, without further ado, I will turn the segment over to our experts and will allow them to tell us a bit about themselves as well as their areas of expertise.
I guess I'll start. My name is Wendy Oliveris. I am the creative founder and CEO at Chess Global Alliance, and I basically provide business consultations and training services for small businesses in the corporate, educational, and government sectors. And one of my favorite things to do is to, as an avid chess player, is to teach women in business how to play chess and utilize those strategies and tactics into their decision-making process in going through that process of starting a business.
Hi, Wendy. Good morning. I'm Karen Pashota. I have been working with small businesses for over 10 years now. I founded KQ Consulting, I don't know, approximately 8 years ago. The beginning of my career was in financial services and corporate communications. And I think where I bring the most value to small business owners is in understanding their numbers and understanding how they communicate and how you can alter your numbers by improving how you communicate, whether it's with with your customers, with your partners, with other constituents. I feel especially strongly that small business owners need to understand financial statements. They need to not only know how to read their income statement, but they also need to know how to make changes to their business in order to improve the results they're seeing on their income statement and manage their cash flow effectively. So it's a real pleasure to be here this morning. And so I think with that, we're ready to take some questions. Oh, Tukoa, you're muted.
I'm sorry. So we did just get sent a few questions. First question is, I have a couple of business startup ideas, but I'm not sure which one to pick first. What should I do?
That's a great question. Lots of entrepreneurs and small business owners have lots of great ideas in their head about different business ideas and are trying to figure out which one to start. I think that to get started, they should probably think about how long it's going to take to launch each business idea, capital each business idea might need, and what resources they have, and whether or not these are home-based business ideas that they might be able to start sooner, or if they're brick and mortar and it might take some more time to find the right location, perhaps build it out, things along those lines. I'm sure Wendy has some ideas about this too.
Well, yeah. Sometimes, so you can have a hobby and be very passionate about doing something, and then that idea could segue into a really successful business. Or if you're confused about different ideas, I think the best way to mitigate losses in the future is to basically do the research. Is it a product or a service? Am I able to handle this? Is this something that I really am going to love to do? Because, starting a business is simple, the 3 steps, but what are you thinking about? Like, what is your emotion about starting that business? What is the reason for starting that business? Is it a product? Is it a service? Consider if you're possibly solving a problem in your community. Most of us don't realize that. There's so many good solutions to problems. And so you want to look at everything. You want to make a pros and cons list. What's best for you and your family? And I come from an emotional part of it because it's empowerment. And starting a business is a huge challenge as it is. But be smart about those decisions. Be clear about the industry, the marketplace, do your research, understand what is necessary. Financing is critical, as Karen said. Yeah, I get that. But even before you can consider financing, you need to understand what you're getting yourself into.
I think that's a great point, Wendy, because I have seen people that have a hobby that they enjoy,
yes,
but then they try to turn it into a business and they find that it's different. It's no longer just something that they can choose to do. It's something that, especially if they've decided that this is going to be their livelihood, that they have to work a lot harder at, that it has a different thought to it in how they approach it. It's no longer something I do when I want to do as much or as little as I want to do it. It's now, I have to do this. Yes. I have to sell a certain amount of my product or service. I have to invest more of my time, more of my personal capital in order to get going. I have to think more critically about how I spend money on perhaps raw materials or marketing. It's not just I'm marketing, I'm selling it to family and friends. Now I'm trying to go out and find customers because I've made a bigger investment. It's really taking a quantum something from a hobby to a business. And I think it's something that people don't always think about. Like, this was something you enjoyed and it was on a scale that was entirely of your own choosing. And if you're going to turn this into a business, then you need to think like a business person. You need to be more critical about how you use your money.
Absolutely. And oftentimes I've had clients that they have 2 or 3 different ideas. They start in one direction. They've put all they did everything they needed to do to get that business started. It failed within 10 months or so. Not enough sales, too much money invested in it. And then they segue into another path. And the other path, that second business is what truly was their motivator and their passion. And I think, and that second business ultimately was extremely successful. So sometimes we want to consider one path and ultimately not necessarily being meant for us, and that's okay too, but we segue into something else. The point is research, research, research. Understand your marketplace. That is critical in having any business. Who are your competitors in your marketplace?
Definitely.
And if you don't take advantage of our resources, which are amazing, and I'm not just saying that, but the SBDC, Rutgers-Newark, has excellent classes and workshops, by all of the consultants that have expertise in those respective areas. So take advantage of it.
Definitely.
Yes, so before we move on, I would just like to remind everyone attending here, feel free to raise your hand if you have a question. We will allow you to talk so that you're able to ask your question live, or feel free to put it into the chat as well as the Q&A feature, okay? So we do have a question in the chat. The question is, my interest is to start healthcare business. Any idea where to start?
What specifically in the healthcare business? Because it's a very large industry. So is there anything specific that you're thinking of? Is it home healthcare? What is the specific part of the healthcare business that you want to start?
And do you have the training necessary and the licensing? Certain aspects of industry require some, if you want to become a doctor, there's a great deal of training and education necessary there. A home health aide, it's faster to get certified and get to a place, but licensing, insurance, there are lots of different steps segment of the healthcare industry you want to be in.
Also, I recommend that you go on the SBDC, the SBA.gov site. Look for the New Jersey License and Permits Guide. It's about a 52-page PDF document. And what I love about it is that it breaks down all of the industries and positions. And then it has a column whether you need a license or not. And if you do, there's a contact that you can call. There's a number there specifically with respect to that license for that particular industry. So the healthcare would be Department of Health. I would also contact my township to see what requirements there are. If you want to do a home health care aid, you need a certification for sure.
And even with a home health care, you might consider getting some working for a home health care agency so that you can see from the inside what that looks like. You want to make sure you have experience as a home health care aide, and you want to make sure that you see from the inside, what does that look like? What does the hiring process look like? What does the process look like where patients and home health care, how are things managed when a match between a patient and a home healthcare aide doesn't work and has to be changed? What happens when a home healthcare aide is matched to a patient and perhaps something happens and that patient has to go into the hospital? How do you reassign that home healthcare aide, and do you reassign them back to that original patient when that patient returns from the hospital? Understanding that whole management process, because that's a lot of people moving around. It's that matching process is very delicate. It has to be a process that works for both the home healthcare aide and for the patient. So I absolutely would recommend anyone considering that business to make sure they have good experience and are really well versed in the nuances and the challenges specific to that industry.
Excellent.
Okay, and the same person, Divine, asked if our classes are free. So yes, many of our classes are free, or they are at a small nominal fee. We do have paid workshops, but they are currently 50% off due to COVID.
The best way also is if you want to find out about the classes and training, you can go on the rnsbd.com. So rnsbdc.com.
Right.
And look for the training, and you'll see a list of all of our classes there. We have hundreds.
Yeah,
Yes.
and even our classes that have a fee, the fee is very modest. Like the Smart Business Plan Workshop is a 4-week program with 20 hours of instruction, and it's $50 for the whole 4 weeks. It's a steal.
Yes.
Yes. Our next question is, how do I get funding for my business?
That's always a funding expert.
Well, I think the first step in figuring out how you're going to get funding for your business is to figure out how much funding you need. Have you thought about how much it's going to cost for you to launch your business? Do you need to purchase equipment? Do you need to hire people? Do you need a brick and mortar location, or can you start as a home-based business? What kind of financial projections do you have to determine when your business will hit break even? And when your business will be profitable? Are you able to utilize, are you able to leverage relationships and partnerships? Is there someone that you can partner with who already has a business, has started a business before and has experience with that? Knowing how much money you need to launch your business is really key. And even once you decide how much, when you start to think about how much money you need, prioritize that list, because maybe you just determine that you need $50,000 to start your business. And maybe you realize that you have $10,000 or $15,000 of your own funding that you can draw upon to start your business. Well, what would you use that for first? What is going to allow you to start to generate revenue the fastest? So maybe you can start with a piece of equipment in your own home and postpone getting a brick and mortar location, which might require the cost of build out, the cost of hiring employees. So how can you start to generate revenue with a more modest investment? And as you grow your business, you might be able to either fund it from the profits of the business itself or seek funds. I often tell people, do not expect to go into a bank before your business is even started and say, I want to get a business loan. They are going to look at you and they are going to tell you, come back when you've been in business for at least 2 years and you've been profitable. So you have to think about other sources of funding, your own resources. Maybe there are friends who are willing to help you get started. Maybe you can start on a more scaled down basis in order to start generating some revenue and get your business going.
But just to piggyback on what you're saying, Karen, we have the Accessing Capital to Grow Your Business workshop, which is coming up May 27th. And I highly recommend you to, sign up for that, because it's an excellent, workshop. Nuts and bolts about what to consider, how to propose to a lender, SBA lender, and all of that. So great class.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to add to that as well. There is a segment at 3 p.m. that deals with credit, capital, and finance. So if you're joining us today, that's a segment that you should tune in when it comes to funding.
Yes.
Because we've got a whole day of programming.
Yes, we do.
Our next question is, I need to register my business. Does the SBDC help me register my business with the state and the IRS?
Oh, we should let Priscilla take that one.
Oh,
okay, sorry. Yes, we do. So we do offer that service here at the SBDC. We used to do it in a format in person, but now we're doing it one-on-one over the internet. Please save your money. You don't need to use a lot of these companies online that may charge you $150 all the way up to $500 to register your business. The fee to register your LLC in the state of New Jersey is $128.50. $125 plus a convenience fee. And so here at the SBDC, we actually help you through the application process. So once you schedule that appointment based on our calendar, we meet with you. The process takes about 40 minutes to about an hour. And at the end of it, we'll take you to the IRS to get your EIN number. We help you get your certificate of formation with the state. So that's your LLC that's legally filed here with the state. And then we register you for state and employer purposes. So at the end of that session, you will be emailed your documents. You can actually walk out that same day and head to a bank and open up a business checking account, which should be one of the first things you do as a small business.
Absolutely. And Priscilla is the person that you'll be working with if you come to the Rutgers-Newark Small Business Development Center for help getting your business registered. She's an process inside and out, and she'll get you all set. But to her point about opening a bank account, absolutely. One of the things that I always tell small business owners is it's really important to keep your personal finances separate from your business finances. Really will help you track how much your business is generating in revenue, how much your business expenses are, how much your profit is, and will make things much easier come tax time. So I definitely recommend that you open that business bank account, use it only for business purposes, keep your personal separate. When you want to pay yourself, move money from your business bank account to your personal bank account. Do not commingle personal and business money.
And hire an accountant if you don't know how to do taxes. Make sure you have a good CPA or accountant to guide you with respect to your, your expenditures and your write-offs, legitimate small business write-offs.
Right. Okay. So our next question is, I'm trying to decide whether to start a nonprofit business or a for-profit business. Which one is better?
That depends on what you want to do. You can always form an LLC first, for profit, and see how that goes, and then within a couple of years, maybe segue that business into a nonprofit, which is a 501c3. The requirements is a lot stricter, and it's more expensive. It's more challenging to obtain a nonprofit. So that's a personal decision you have to make. Do your research.
I also think it's important to remember that if you have a for-profit business, you own that business. Mm-hmm. It is yours. Yeah. If you have a for-profit organization, you don't own it. You are required to put the profits from it back into the organization. Yes. If and when you get to a point where the organization is going to close, mm-hmm. you have to take the assets and any funding that organization has and donate it to another nonprofit. That's not yours to do with as you wish. No one owns a nonprofit organization. I think that's a misconception that a lot of people have about nonprofits, is that you don't own it. It is essentially owned by the greater good. It's owned by society. And there are much stricter requirements in terms of annual filing, obtaining that LLC, just like Wendy said, mm-hmm. The way you use funds. There are certain restrictions on things that you can't do with funds. You can't contribute to local campaigns. So I often recommend that people start a for-profit business. And if there is a cause that you feel passionate about, take mm-hmm. some of the profits from your for-profit business and donate it to an existing nonprofit that's already doing something, doing whatever it is that you feel strongly about. But I caution people, I usually, if someone tells me they want to start a nonprofit, my first question is why?
Why?
Why? Are you really sure that that's what you want to do? And is there a nonprofit? Nonprofits often compete with each other for funding. People think that, if I start a nonprofit, there'll be grant money. Grant money will magically fall from the sky. And that's often not the case. Nonprofits work really, really hard to get the funding that they have. And so if there's a nonprofit that's already involved in the cause that's important to you, then you may want to support them financially, support them with by volunteering for them, or some with them instead of starting another organization that's going to compete with them for funding, for attention, for volunteers, and all those things.
Great. So the next question is, what are the first steps I need to take to start my business in New Jersey?
If it's an LLC, then you need to form the business online, and then you need to obtain your employer identification number, which is synonymous to your social security number, a social security number, but for the business, and then register the business for state tax purposes.
And I would also encourage people to then go get a bank account as soon as they have that EIN, and then also think about insurance. I think a lot of small business owners get started with their business and overlook insurance. Insurance can be very affordable, especially if you just get a general liability coverage. So talk to an insurance professional so that you can make sure that you're protecting the asset that you're building, the business that you're building.
Great. So the next question is, what is the difference between a sole proprietor and an LLC?
A sole proprietor really means you're responsible 100% for everything that happens, every decision you make. If you get sued, you lose your home, you could lose your car, your assets, everything. Under the LLC, you're protected more. The business gets sued, not you personally. But there is a caveat to that. I always mention this to the clients, that if you take out a business loan and you sign a promissory note, if your business failed and you stop making payments, they can come after you personally then. Because, am I right, Karen?
Yep, that's important.
If you sign a promissory note, just because you formed an LLC doesn't mean you're protected from liability, personal, making that decision. So just remember that.
I think that's important. I think, the LLC creates a separate legal entity, independent from you as a person. And it does provide that, it does provide some protection, just as Wendy said, if you're sued. But I think it's also important to remember that there is such a thing as what's called piercing the corporate veil. So if you've created an LLC, it is a separate legal entity. But just as I said before, where you should keep your personal banking separate from your business banking.
Yes.
If you're always using your business bank account for personal things and your personal bank account for business things, then it is possible for someone suing the business to say, they have an LLC, but they really, the whole thing is just their own, and there really is no differentiation between them and the business. And so they could potentially pierce that corporate veil. They could potentially break through that protection, which is why it's important to keep the two separate and keep your insurance separate. Don't commingle. Don't get one policy for insurance, car insurance, and business insurance. Keep them separate. Keep your banking separate. Make sure that it's always clear that this is my business and this is me.
Great. So our next question is, I started my business, but my revenue is not growing. What do I do?
If your revenue is not growing, then it sounds like you need to increase sales. You need to increase revenue. The fastest way to do that would be to increase prices, but that might not be the most effective way for the long term, depending on how price sensitive your customers are. You probably need to increase your marketing. Think about your target audience. Think about whether or not you need to widen your target audience, or if you need to change some of your products and services to attract more customers, increase the number of products and services you have. Think about what your customer base is looking for.
Okay.
Yes.
Our next question is, what type of business insurance do I need? That's a good question.
Well, it's relative to the business. There's professional liability, also known as E&O, errors and omissions, which is typically used for professional services, consulting, those types of services. And then there's general liability, slips and falls. If you're a photographer or videographer, for example, and you walk into a space and You have all your equipment up and someone got hurt as a result, you're protected for that. So it all depends on what you're, between the licenses, permits, and business insurance, you should make sure that you're covered in all areas. And that's why it's important to speak to, an insurance vendor of your choice to figure out what's best for you so that you have a peace of mind when you actually, perform your duties respectively.
And if you have contracts, either with government agencies or corporations, they may require you to have a certain level of coverage. I know that I actually had held off on getting general liability insurance for my consultancy. And it was when I landed a corporate contract that they said, you must have this much insurance and you must provide us proof of that. I also know a business that is still in its first year of generating revenue, and they have an opportunity to get a nice contract with a corporation. Right now, the corporation has a very high expectation of how much protection they should have for errors and omissions, and they're actually having difficulty finding that much insurance, given that they are only in their first year of business. So brokers are saying, why do you need that much insurance? You're just getting started. Your revenue is low. And they said, well, we have this contract, but the client is requiring us to have a very high threshold. So be mindful of that. That was the impetus for me to get insurance for my business. And then even once I was no longer working with that corporation, I realized that this was something smart. I needed to protect my business. Thankfully, I've never needed to put in a claim, but it does help me sleep better at night knowing that I've got it. And I will say that my general liability insurance is just a few $100s per year. So it's money well spent. Hopefully I'll never need it, but it's definitely something that I encourage small business to do, because a lot of people overlook that. They think about insuring their home and their car because we're required to, but they don't think about insuring their business. And it's an asset that you're growing. It's an asset that hopefully will increase in value. You want to make sure it's protected.
All right, great. So at this time, I just want to remind our participants to feel free to post your questions in the chat or in the Q&A feature, or if you would just like to raise your hand, if you have a question, we will answer it that way as well. So we have another question from Divine. What is your office address and number to call for an appointment?
Well, Takoa, you can handle that one.
Okay, great. So right now we are not in the office. Right now we are all working remotely, but our number is 973-353-5950. And our address is normally at 25 James Street, Newark, New Jersey. But I'm going to also type in the chat our website so that if you have any questions or if you would like to request one-on-one consulting, we can do that as well, Divine.
I like to add the quickest and easiest way to get to the SBDCs, no matter if you're on the call, if you're in Essex County or outside of the county, is just to go to our website, www.njsbdc. I'm sorry, rnsbdc.com. Hopefully it's on our background so you guys can see it. Once you get to the website, in the top right-hand corner, there's a button there that says Request Counseling. If you click on that, it'll just ask you a series of questions, just so we get a better idea about you and your business. And in about 24 to 48 hours, a consultant will reach out to you to make an appointment so they can do an assessment for your business. So visit the website first. That's your first point of contact for working with us.
I also would like to just add that I think one of the strengths of the SBDC program is that there are many consultants like Wendy and myself who have a range of different areas of expertise. And so when you go and you request counseling, you're telling us a little bit about your business, you're telling us a little bit about your needs. And so the consultant that you get assigned to is going to be somebody who has expertise in that area. There have been times that I've worked with a client and they've said, wow, this was I learned a lot. Can I talk to you again when I need more help? And I say, yes, you can. However, I encourage you to use, you need help with something that isn't my area of expertise. Maybe you need help getting your business certified, in which case you need to talk to our wonderful consultant, Ginny Rock Bailey, who's going to be doing a presentation later today, because she's an expert on certifications and I'm not. Maybe you need help with something. I love the fact that business owners coming to us can get expertise can get advice from someone with the expertise in the area that they need. I would dare to say that none of the consultants are experts in everything. No. So you want to be paired up with somebody who has the right expertise given whatever challenge your business is facing. And so when you submit your request for counseling, it's looked at carefully and consideration is given to exactly what you need and which among the consultants have that area of expertise and are prepared to help you.
And we're a great team. We work very well. We all work great together, and it's just a wonderful team to be on.
Yes.
Or to be a part of.
So our next question is, I would like to protect my company and logo. What do I need to do, and how do I proceed with this protection?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that would be me. Trademarking your company name and logo. One of the quickest ways you can do that is through New Jersey, the state of New Jersey. It's an application that you download. It's a one-page form. You submit 3 specimens of the name and the logo, $50 per classification. And that protection in New Jersey alone will last 5 years. So that's a great investment. And that's just a placeholder in New Jersey. If you want to take it to a higher level, which is federal protection, federal law doesn't mandate that you protect your trademarks or your patents or whatever, your intellectual property. It's an option that you have if you want to protect the name and the logo going forward long term. But you can use your mark in the marketplace and have an intent to use for as long as until you're ready. If you're going to do anything regarding filing a trademark application, I highly recommend that you speak to a trademark attorney. Too many people make the mistake of trying to do this on their own, and they end up making mistakes and regret it. And then it's a double cost in the future because of that mistake. So do it right the first time.
Right. Okay, our next question is, I am new to entrepreneurship. What are some of the biggest mistakes made by startup entrepreneurs?
Oh, number one, not believing in yourself. That one's my favorite. Not conducting due diligence, proper research, not planning ahead, rushing to launch a business is a big mistake. Forming the business in the wrong legal status. Not obtaining proper protection. Choosing a bad business partner, which is always something you should consider very seriously. You can't, just because your best friend knows you since high school doesn't mean that person who's always late, who doesn't return phone calls, and you bring them on as a partner, you gotta anticipate that is going to be the same type of behavior. So be smart about your decisions regarding partners. If you have no strategy for branding, your sales, your marketing, your advertising, and I would even say quitting your job if you have a full-time job before the business actually takes off and there's profit. So, Karen, you want to add to that list?
I would. You're building your team. You need to make sure that you have people with different strengths and weaknesses. I've seen partners go in who both have the same strengths.
Yes.
And then there are other aspects of the business that are not attended to as well. You're seeking a partner, you want to have somebody whose strengths are different than yours, so that, and maybe even somebody who has strengths that are absolutely your weakness. So you know that, okay, that's your responsibility. This is my responsibility. We each stay in our lane and tend to different areas of the business. I think that underestimating how much they'll need, a business owner will need in order to launch their business, how much they'll need for contingencies or down cycles, overestimating how fast their revenue will grow are other errors that are also common. There's one more that I tend to refer to as getting distracted by shiny objects. And what I mean by that is, so you're a business owner and things are chugging along, and maybe you're thinking about opportunities to grow the business. Hopefully you're always thinking about opportunities to grow the business, and somebody comes along with something that's maybe only slightly related to your business. Somebody you know, and they tell you it's a great idea and how it's going to help your business, but it's not. It's really just tangentially related. It's not related to the core of what your business is. But you decide, oh, okay, I'm going to pursue this. This is going to be great. They told me it's going to be great, and then you start diverting your own time and other limited resources from your business to this new pursuit. And oftentimes it means that your own business, the core of your business, is suffering. So be careful when you decide to branch out into something different. And I'll give you an example. There's a service business that I've been working with, and husband and wife team. And they've started to think about how they're growing their business, and they have an opportunity to sell a product. And the husband is like, yeah, absolutely, it's related to what we do. And the wife is saying, well, wait a minute, this is a product. We have to maintain inventory. We are a service business. Now, all of a sudden, you're suggesting something where we have to maintain inventory. We have to buy in advance so that we have that inventory. That's a cash flow issue. We have to ship this to customers. That's completely different than our service-based business. Do we really want to do this? And he's all, yes, yes, yes. And she's like, hold on a minute. This is fundamentally different. And their service business is to primarily to individual consumers. This product business would be a B2B business. So she's saying our marketing has to be different. It's a different business model. Even though their business is a green environmental type business, and this is a green environmental type product. So the husband is saying, but it's green and environmental, it's related. And she's saying, yes, it's related, but product versus service, service versus inventory and shipping, consumer versus selling to businesses, completely different marketing. This is a very different, yes, it's green and environmental, but it is fundamentally different in how we would have to operate this division of our business if we add it on. Is this really something we want to take on? And that analysis is critical to making a decision to branch off in a completely new aspect. And I get his point that it's green and environmental, so it's related. But when you're thinking about branching off into something, think about how you can, or in this case, perhaps cannot, leverage the existing core of your business. They would have to gear up their marketing to a completely different audience. They would have to think about where they're going to inventory the product and how they're going to go about shipping it. It's just, it's really critical that small business owners think about that, because if they take this on, they may need to hire more people. They may need to hire somebody to do marketing. They have to change the way they would market. So before you get distracted by shiny objects, meaning new opportunities that may be very exciting, think about how it dovetails and fits, or perhaps doesn't, with your existing business.
And another mistake I just wanted to mention before we go on to the next question is not networking with others to build relationships, whether it's with vendors or colleagues. That's very important to make sure that you network, join organizations, affiliated memberships, whatever it is that can expose you to your market and learn from others. That's very important in your growth, potential growth.
Industry associations can be great for that.
Yes, absolutely.
And
We do have a hand from Dr. Ndoro.
We are almost at the end of this segment, and I just want to add to what Karen says, that you understand your business model, but more importantly is when you're starting, it's better to start small and modest, because just because you have the cash, you're gonna need that cash flow as you start operating the business. And a lot of times we have seen people, they get a severance pay, they leave their job, they've got 100,000,
Yes.
and they go into a lease that is very expensive. They start buying all this furniture that's, opulent, make them look good. They're investing in what they call branding. You are not branded when you're starting a business. What you want is to be monitoring your cash, save your money, start small. And as you grow, then you can change how your business look. Because if you're not getting any money in, you have to be very, very frugal with where you invest your startup funds. And a lot of times, and I can't tell you how many times I've had businesses doing leasehold improvements and spending all this money. And then once the business is up and running, they're stuck. They don't have any more money and bills are piling up and they can't make it work. The other thing that I want to say is pricing. It's not a pricing system to just charge double what you bought the product for, what you think the service must cost. There is a whole calculation that goes into determining your price for that service. And if you know how to justify that price, and it's a commodity or it's a service that is needed and it's required, people will pay, and it's good quality. So you have to make sure that you are understanding the quality, the where your price comes from. And I always say that it's not how much you pay, the cost of creating the service or buying the product and the price you want to pay. It's the margin, the difference between the two is what you want to calculate. And a lot of times businesses, when they're starting, they just double the price. Oh, I bought it for $20. I'm going to charge it for $40 when the actual cost is $40 just to get it to the consumer. And to, it's got a shelf. When it's on the shelf, it's costing you something. When you are going to buy it, you're paying fuel, you're paying toll, you are, all that time, your labor into procuring this product or service is to be factored into it. So it's not just about doubling or tripling the price. You have to calculate. At some point with experience, you will know the price will kind of adjust itself and you get your what I call your sweet spot in price. Okay, so
and knowing what the market will bear, and knowing what your competitors are charging, and knowing, it's so many times we see small business owners that just pick a price and don't think about their price relative to the market, and being the lowest price does not always make the most sense.
True.
So I think I have a webinar coming up on pricing.
Yes. So
not today.
So I just want to thank everyone. Thank you, Wendy, Karen, and Dr.
My
Ndoro
pleasure.
for your time and for answering our questions.
My pleasure.
And I also want to thank our participants for asking your questions. We really do appreciate that. Again, if you are requesting one-on-one consulting, feel free to reach out to us via our website. It's on our screen as well as in the chat, and we will make that happen. And at this time, we'll now take a short break and transition into our next segment. You are free to stay on the Zoom live as we transition into the segment procurement, or you can join us back at the time of another segment. So just to briefly remind you of our schedule today, we have our procurement segment from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., digital marketing from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., international trade and manufacturing from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., cybersecurity and e-commerce 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., and credit, capital, and finance 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. So again, thank you to our experts and as well to our regional director, and we will now transition into our procurement segment.
Thank you. Thank
This
you.
was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Tendai Ndoro. I'm the Regional Director for the Rutgers-Newark Small Business Development Center, located right here at Rutgers University. We are one of 12 small business development centers throughout the state of New Jersey. We are not executors, we are not implementers, we are business advisors. We will give the advice to the client, and it's up to them to decide and to execute, because we want the businesses to be actually running their own businesses. But we can give advice, we can do research, we can do studies for them.
This is an opportunity for you to have one-on-one experience with people who are experts in the field of helping businesses get started and growing and really identifying what their mark is.
We offer training and technical assistance at no cost or minimum cost to all entrepreneurs and small businesses.
And we work together.
I evaluate, I observe, I assess, because we also want them to be at the cutting edge of what's going on in their fields.
The advantages of the SBDC for businesses are really amazing. And I think some of the group here can send people here, because I know people ask me all the time, well, where do I go? You know, I want to write a marketing plan, what do I do? And this is the place that they really should come.
I have to look at Essex County. I've got two very distinct markets. I've got the suburban market, I've got the urban market. I have to make sure that both of them are getting quality service at the same time, because you are required to analyze that and deliver services to the needs that are in your market. And please be sure to stop at an SBDC near you before you go anywhere else if you're thinking of starting or growing your business in New Jersey. Thank you.
Hi, so my name is Dana Kamalanda. I am CEO/owner of Love Yourself Massage LLC. I am a licensed massage therapist. I've been a licensed massage therapist for a little over 11 years. I'm a graduate from the Swedish Institute in New York City. I also have a bachelor's in social science from St. Peter's University in Jersey City, New Jersey. After 20 years of working in the corporate healthcare industry, I left my corporate job to pursue my business full-time. Love Yourself Massage is a therapeutic wellness business. We offer massage therapy services from Swedish massage to reflexology. I also specialize in lymphatic drainage massage therapy, and that service helps clients who may suffer from any form of cancer, lymphedema or edema, or any client who just want to do an overall body detoxification. And also I have a e-commerce CBD wellness store where I sell CBD tincture products, muscle creams, and CBD edibles. So the SBDC provides an ecosystem of business professionals who guide me in expanding my business, whether it's marketing, finance, business certifications. They provide everything an entrepreneur needs to succeed. One of my consultants, Jenny, she is helping me with my business to be certified in the state of New Jersey. So she's making sure that I'm dotting on my I's, crossing on my T's, taking me step by step through the process of all the paperwork and documentation that I need. If I did not go through the SBDC, I would totally be lost. So, you know, the SBDC, it just helps guide you through every step of the way, making sure that everything you need, all the documentations, certifications, they help assist you and provide you with guidance. I love the SBDC because it helps me to transition from employee to employer. I wish a happy SBDC Day to the staff at Rutgers-Newark.
At the New Jersey SBDC Network, our mission is simple: to help businesses grow and succeed. Our consulting, training, and information services make it easier for businesses to reach their potential. Whether you're currently in operation or just starting out, we have the right tools, resources, and expertise to help you succeed. Visit us online to get started on your path to success today.
My name is Shakana Muhammad, and I am a mother of 3 lovely daughters, and I have a husband as well, and I am a resident of the South Ward of Newark, New Jersey. My profession, I am an educator, as well as a woman, a minority woman in business. So our business is Salam Ice Cream Parlor. We established the Salam Ice Cream Parlor in the South Ward of Newark and in the year of 2017. It started with my mom, who just recently transitioned, my sister, and myself. And it came about, I live in the South Ward, so my mom was riding down the street and she saw a business that was for rent. And she's like, do you all want to open up a business? Because my mom is used to being an entrepreneur. She's been into the clothing, children's clothing, as well as bakeries of her own. So of course, when she came up with the idea, my sister and I were just overjoyed. We were like, sure, let's open up a business. So the idea came about, what about an ice cream parlor? Number one, because I love ice cream. And usually when my husband and I have, you know, you kind of eat ice cream most times at a whim and happy moments. Oh, let's just go get some ice cream. We usually have to travel to South Orange to get ice cream. And I said to my husband, you know, it's ridiculous that we live in Newark and there's not a local ice cream parlor in our own neighborhood that we can go to. So thereabout sprung forth the idea with my mother, my sister, and I to open up the Salam Ice Cream Parlor in 2017. And we've been here since then. Of course, during this pandemic, you know, we struggled to make it through, but we made it through by God's grace. So we sell not only ice cream, our ice cream is kosher, and we also have dairy-free vegan options as well. We sell sweets as well. So we have cakes and bean pies. And we call ourselves your one-stop sweet shop in the city of Newark. So we sell a variety of items along with the ice cream. So that's what we do here in the city of Newark. So the NJSBDC, we didn't seek you all out. You actually were referred, well, I guess we were referred to you all by someone else. And you all basically, Jenny Rock Bailey, who's a beautiful spirited woman. I've never met her in person, but just her voice over the phone and the enthusiasm that she brings to every conversation is just very inspiring. So she reached out to me and mentioned that she wanted to help us in a variety of ways. But one way that she really helped us out was to help us to put together the application for making our business certified as a small business enterprise. So she assisted us in that manner, and we're very grateful for that. I love the SBDC because of Jenny Rock Bailey. As I mentioned before, I've never met her before in person, but her spirit that she exuded over the telephone, the various times I've spoken with her, is contagious. And the way that she overextended herself to help us with the application. She called me up, asked me a few questions, and basically did everything walked me through the whole process. So I'm very grateful for that. And being, a Black woman in business, we have many struggles, a small business, we have a lot of struggles. And any helping hand that we can receive from the outside, people who don't even know us, but just out of generosity of their hearts come to lend a helping hand, we're very grateful for that. So we're very thankful. Salam Ice Cream Parlor salutes the SBDC. And we say SBDC of Rutgers-Newark. We thank you all very much, and we say happy SBDC Day to you.
Okay, so we're back. We're back. Is everyone here? Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. So a pleasant good morning to everyone. My name is Priscilla Liebert-Calder. I'm the event coordinator here at the NJSBDC at Rutgers-Newark. And so we're now into our second segment for today that's going to deal with government contracting and certifications. But before we get going, just a quick reset. I'll just introduce to you our director, Dr. Tendai Ndoro, to just briefly welcome you, and then we'll get into today's Q&A.
Thank you, Priscilla, and I want to welcome everybody to our second segment of SBDC Day today. And I also want to welcome our presenters for taking the time to speak with you and take your questions about procurement, whether you want to do procurement at a state level, at a municipal level, local government, at a federal level. We have two of the most knowledgeable experts that you could ask any question and you would get the answer. They are also part of our consulting team, and they do our workshops and they do one-on-one counseling. And really, as a small business, if you want to grow, you have to get eventually into procurement. And I just want to say that with Salam Ice Cream Parlor, we were working with them on the Robert Hood Johnson project. And now they were registered as a result of their certification in the to do business with Beth Israel Hospital, because they're in the anchor area of that hospital, and they will be tapped into to see if they can supply their ice cream and desserts to the hospital. And that's how you grow a business. So I want to welcome Monica and Jeannie, and two wonderful people that you could ever work with, to our SBDC Day.
Okay, awesome. So I guess there's no introduction. Let's get our our consultants introduce themselves. Let's start off with Monica.
Hi, my name is Monica Randall. I'm the CEO of the Randall Group. We provide consulting to small businesses in a variety of different areas, but our primary focus is on packaging certifications, such as your 8A, your woman-owned small business, your veterans, your hub zone, GSA schedule. We also put together changes of ownership for those 8A firms that are looking to change their ownership, mentor proteges, JVs. We like to consider ourselves the one-stop shop of all things federal procurement. So we pretty much try to do everything, but we do not provide proposal writing services. That's the one service we do not provide currently. My proposal writer decided to retire after 35 years. And so if anyone out there is looking for a job as a proposal writer, please call me. So welcome to SBDC Day, and thank you for allowing me to participate.
Jeannie.
Okay, so first of all, welcome to SBDC Day. This is just so exciting to be able to work with Monica today on this. This is our first time being on a panel together. But it is just so exciting to be a part of this movement at the Rutgers-Newark SBDC. I am the certification guru for the state of New Jersey. I own a human resources and consulting firm, And certifications just really fell into my lap because Dr. Nadora asked me if I would do it for them, and it has become a passion. I'm really focused on the certification side. I'm focused on the clients presenting a winning package. And it takes time because so often, not only are we focusing on the package, but we're also focusing on the composition of their business and where their documents are. And that can take time. But I'm willing to put the time in because the clients are worth it. And I know what these certifications can do to increase their revenue, their publicity, their networking, their standing in their community. And it's all worth it when you can believe in your client. So again, I am so grateful to be here. The HR is still a love. And I also get to incorporate that when the businesses need some HR advice, the smallest of things and the largest of things. And I think that's another benefit of being a part of this center because you get to use all your talents. So welcome to SBDC Day.
Okay, great, awesome. So for the participants that are with us today, this is a Q&A session, so please feel free as we proceed to ask your questions. Now you can do that in a number of ways. You can use the chat box. It's located at the bottom of your screen. You can type your question there. You can also use the Q&A feature because sometimes your questions may get lost if we have a lot of questions coming in at one time. As well as you can raise your hand. So there's a little button at the bottom, right next to the chat box, that you can raise your hands. And if you click on that, it will know you want to ask a question and enable audio so you can do so live. So as we go on, please, we would love to get your questions. So I'm going to start off. There were some questions that were sent in to us. So I'll direct my first question to Jeannie. What documentations are needed to apply for certification? Now, they didn't say which ones.
Right.
So let's start off first by just giving an overview of what some of the certifications are: SBE, WBA, BE, MBE, and so forth.
Sure. So the documents really depend on your organizational organizational style, organization position. So for a sole proprietor, they require a limited amount of documentation. For a limited liability corporation or a partnership, the need and the requirements grow. And if you're a corporation, of all of the 13 documents that are asked on the application, you need 100% of them. At least you need to present them. And the major part is, for whatever your organization structure is, when you apply for an application, if the document isn't appropriate for you, say that. Don't leave it hanging. Just say it's not appropriate. So when you look at the documents that are required in general, think of the documents that you use to form your business. Anywhere to your certificate of formation, to your resume, to a lease, if that's where you fit in, or certifications that you've received in the past. The crucial documents that the state is looking for, and it also depends on whether you're submitting a hard copy application or an application online. They're not making this easy for you. That's why it's so great to come to a consultant, so you know exactly what you need in regards to the process that you're going to take. But it's from your business documents that you registered your business to a document that talks about how you are and the services that you offer as a business owner, to a bank statement that says that you have a bona fide business banking account, because that is a requirement. And then down to a lease, or if you own the property that you registered the business in, you can use your mortgage statement. So it runs the gamut on what you need. But what I ask for my clients, regardless of their organizational structure, is every document that's required. Then I know the business is solvent and it's registered with the state of New Jersey. So that limits our liability from the application coming back. So I make it even harder for you. But when you leave me, you know that your business is in good shape.
Okay.
Hope that answered the question.
Yep, the follow-up here was based on the first one. So what certifications are available here in New Jersey?
Sure. For our state certifications, our signature certification is a Minority Woman Business Enterprise certification. And unfortunately, the state of New Jersey is not set aside for that certification, but we are set aside for the Small Business Enterprise Registration. The beauty about that SBE is it requires no financial information. You just have to be registered in the state of New Jersey in good standing, and then it allows you to bid on contracts. The state also has a veteran-owned business registration and a disabled veteran-owned business registration, all of which we offer in our office.
Why is it important to have certifications?
You know, I always look for what gives you the competitive edge as a business owner. It's great to have all the academic credentials if that's where you're going, but if you're going to really compete with someone who has everything you have, but you have the certification, you're going to be looked at a little differently, because what that certification allows someone who's interested in doing business with you, what it does is it says that you've been vetted and approved by the state of New Jersey. That says a lot. It says a lot. All the pain and suffering that you may go through to get it, when it's between you and a business that doesn't have it, who's ever interested in you is looking at the fact that you took the time to be certified. And that gives you a competitive edge.
Wonderful. Okay, so we have a question here. I think this one goes to Monica. It says, I am a new business. Am I eligible for federal contracting?
So not so much a certification question, but it's a question of, can I do business if I don't have a particular certification? The answer is yes. So there are thousands, hundreds of thousands of businesses out there that are doing business with the federal government with no certification whatsoever. So it's not a prerequisite. It's not that you have to hold a particular certification in order to do business. If you are a startup, your issue is not so much, I don't have a certification, it's I lack past performance. So to win a contract, you have to have past performance. Otherwise, your customer that you're looking to get the contract from is taking a risk on being the very first person to ever hire you. That's difficult. And yes, I know it's like a double-edged sword. Well, I'm a startup, I don't have business, but to get business, I have to already have business. How am I supposed to do that? You just got to keep grinding away. Partner up with other companies, do a prime sub type situation, try to maybe go after the smaller procurement opportunities, such as like with credit cards. A lot of government agencies have the ability to make very small purchases via credit cards. You need to go small initially, as well as partner up when you are a startup. But again, to go back to your original question, you do not require a certification in order to do business with the government. It's just that you would like to have it based on what Jenny said, in addition to give your customers some type of contracting vehicle to be able to award the contract. When you have no certification, then that means I have no contracting vehicle. Therefore, I have to go full and open competition. That means I have to put it out for bid, read 100 proposals, and hopefully after all of that, I choose you at the end. You don't want to leave it to chance. So if you have a certification that puts you in a special box where your pool of competition is significantly reduced versus if you don't have one. So for you, it's a certification. For your customer, it's a contracting vehicle.
Okay. So for startups, what are some ways a startup can get into government contracting?
Pretty much you need to market. Like we like to say on the federal side, and that's where my 30 plus years of experiences lies. No relationship, no contract. So I, as a federal government contracting officer, am not willing to take the risk on you. You're just like a random person off the street asking me to award you a multi-million-dollar contract, and it's just not going to happen. We need to date a little bit first. We need to build a relationship. We need to, have some sort of trust between us. Maybe I'll throw you some smaller projects, see how you do. Maybe I'll get you to partner up with another prime that we already have doing work with. There are many creative things I need to do, but first and foremost, you need to build a relationship with me. I am new to you. You are new to me. You can't just come out the gate with, I'm a startup. I'm looking for work. Can you help me? You know, I call that the begging syndrome. That doesn't work. Again, you need to have a relationship. And I know we're in COVID right now. So being able to come into my office and sit down and have a conversation is not happening. But you can still virtually shake hands and kiss babies. And that's exactly what you're going to need to do. But just understand something. You're not the only game in town. There are hundreds of other businesses that do exactly what you do. I know in your mindset, you're the best. Only you do it the way that you do it. But at the end of the day, as the customer, I have choices. So I don't need to choose you. So you need to pitch me, to sell me, to build that relationship with me that says, why should I use you versus Dr. Tandai? If you can't answer that question, then I probably won't select you. So all of the work is on us as small businesses. We need to come up with how we're going to build that relationship, virtually shake those hands and kiss those babies on an ongoing basis. Don't reach out to me this month and then I don't hear from you again in 6 months. You can't build a relationship that way. You need to stay in front of me. So again, it's relationship driven.
Okay, so we have another question here. I think, Monica, it's a follow-up. It says, how about SAM?
So my assumption is that you mean sam.gov. So in order to do business with the federal government, every company must be registered in sam.gov. So if you are not registered in sam.gov, that means you have not been assigned a cage code. The only place where you can obtain a cage code is through sam.gov. So you must have an active profile in that database, and then you're considered to be registered as a federal government contractor. That's why you are registering. So I know some think, oh, I need to register to be a small business. Doesn't really quite go that way. It's if you want to do business with the federal government, I need you to have an active profile in SAM. If you do, the government's going to assign you a cage code. With that cage code, you can seek federal government work. Without it, you cannot. So again, that's very essential. If you're looking to do business with the federal government, you must have a SAM inactive. I can't stress that enough. You can have a SAM profile, but if it says inactive, it's as if you don't have one at all. So you need to make sure that it's in active status.
Okay, just to backtrack a little bit, there a participant is asking, what does SAM stand for?
You would ask me that. Now, you know, government is full of acronyms. So I think it's something like systems, system assistance management, something along those lines. Don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. I just need you to go to your internet. I need you to type into the web browser sam.gov, and then it'll probably come up for you. But this is federal government. Everything's an acronym. Don't care about, you know, what it stands for. As long as you know the acronym, you are good to go. But I know it's something like systems assistance.
It's system of award management.
There you go. Thank you, Dr. Tandai. I can give you every acronym in federal procurement, but when you ask me, what does that stand for? I go, it's FDA. That's pretty much it. So I apologize for not being able to remember that, but I never think about it. It's just sam.gov. I know I have to have a profile. It must be active. I can't do business without it. And that's enough for me.
I think sometimes because we work with all these acronyms and we assume that everybody is just gonna get it. Exactly. And I find it sometimes frustrating when I'm in a new field and everybody's using acronym and I don't know what they're talking about, or they're using even like the word procurement. What does procurement mean? What does what type of doing business is that? And procurement is really getting contracts. It's another way to sell. It's a B2B classification, which means business to business. And in this case, the other business that you're doing business with is the public sector or the private sector, which is corporations that want to buy your services, and they give you a contract to provide the service or product. And so procurement is usually a B2B service and not a B2C, which is business to consumer. It's not retail. It's where you are actually selling to the direct consumer of the product or service. So
see, that's way too much to remember. So I want to focus on the word procurement. That's it. Just like that system awards management stuff. I'm not focusing. It's Sam.
Yes, I mean,
that's just too much, Dr. Tandai. I'm just saying.
I know, but sometimes we have to break it down so that people get informed, because we are information specialists, and they can then Google it, because we just talk about Sam.
Exactly.
Sam is there, and
but I appreciate you stepping in and giving me out of that one, because I was at a loss for words. I was like, I know it's system. I think the last word is management. What's that A? Is it a is it what is it? I can't remember. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
That's why the SBDC is here, because we break it down.
Exactly. So thank you. Priscilla, I can't see you. Where you at?
Right here. Okay, so just a reminder to the participants, please feel free to post your questions in the chat. I have a few here, but we want to make sure that you don't leave today with any questions unanswered. So raise your hand, or if you don't want to type your questions, or just type it in the chat. So I have a question. I think this one goes to Ginny, I hope, because it's accent. What are some tips that you can offer a business when applying for a certification? And since we have federal and state certification, I'll ask the same question, but let's go with Ginny first.
Sure.
What are some tips?
I think one of the examples that Monica gave in terms of getting ready for federal procurement opportunities is you want to make sure that you know how to network your business. You want to make sure that you take the time to have a plan to reach your goal. So often businesses come in and they're like, I want to be certified. And I'm not saying you can't be certified, but I take them through a steps of, what do you want to do with your business? Where do you want to go with your business? And if they're a little ambivalent about answering that question, then we need to have some other conversations about, where is your business now? Is it a lifestyle business? Are you planning on making a lot of money? Are you planning on just chilling and working out of your car? And all of these are fine, because there are different models of businesses. But when you look to be certified, you want to make sure that your documents are in order. All of those documents that you used, that you completed rather, to register your business should be in a safe spot. Your business registration certificate, your certificate of formation, you should know where they are. Also, you should have your taxes available. One of the questions on the application is, do you have 3 years of taxes? Well, if you've only been in business 1 year, you can't give them 3 years of taxes. So then we have to look at the other option that the state is giving you, and that's your profit and loss statement and balance sheet. So many businesses haven't even heard of that terminology before. So then I have some idea about where their records may be. The tip is, get your business ready, because not only am I going over it, maybe even with more of a fine tune sometimes than the state, but the state is not going to give you an opportunity to answer some of these questions. If the application isn't completed, they just put it aside and send you an additional information letter. They're not going deep into the weeds to find out what the date of effective date of your business is. You have to complete every question on the application. And if it's not appropriate, then just put NN on the hard copy side, and then just indicate that it's not appropriate online. I mean, a best practice technique for anybody who is going to certify their business is, number one, to really look at why you're doing it. Number two, to make sure that you have to set aside the time, whether it's dark of night or early morning, to complete the codes. The codes are very important, because that's how a vendor identifies who they want to work with, because they work with the codes as well. So a best practice tip on that in case that's a challenge for you, is think about the codes as you think about action words that describe your business. Because you don't have to have all the codes, but if you know an action word, artistic, creative, medical, massage therapy, put those words into the search engine, and then you can get codes and start out from there. It's the overall best practice for anyone who wants to be certified is to really have control over your information. Whether it's in, I tell everybody, get a box to put your documents in. If you're not going to get a safe deposit box at your bank, have some kind of iron box in your house where a safe, I say safe, it could be a small box, but have a box in your house where you can keep your documents where they would not burn, because it's so difficult to replace those documents. So those are some of the best practices that I have for my businesses when they're starting out.
On the federal side, I'm going to take it a little deeper. So I do not believe in any business obtaining any type of certification unless you have first done some thorough market research to ensure that your customer utilizes that type of certification. I know we typically go, well, she has MBE, DBE, so I'm going to go for MBE, DBE, SBE, ACDBE, all these other, state type certifications, as well as I'm going to go, I'm going to get my woman on because we're woman on, but then you've done no homework. So this is the best practice. So before you go down the road of obtaining any type of certification, whether it's state or federal, you want to make sure that that is the type of certification that your customer utilizes. An example would be a young lady came to me and she says, I thank you for helping me with my woman-owned small business, meaning I just answered a few questions, but she had already started the process. She got it. Super excited. She was like, Monica, now can you show me how to find out whether or not the federal government actually awards contracts within this particular program, which is the federal WOSB program? Now, mind you, she should have done that before obtaining the certification. So we went into a system on the federal side. If you want to do some market research to see what federal customer actually awards contracts based on your primary NAICS code, your NAICS code. And when you conduct that research in USA Spending, it came back for her that no contracts for the past 5 years had been awarded under her primary code in that program. Not one contract. So now she went from excited to have this new certification to now finding out that her federal customer doesn't even utilize that certification to award contracts. What a waste of time that was. So as a best practice, please don't get caught up on wanting to put the logo on your website and stick it on your capability statement and note it on your LinkedIn profile that you have all these wonderful certifications. Did you first confirm that your customer utilizes those contracting vehicles? Because if they don't, then why obtain them? So that's the biggest best practice I can give you, is do not go down that rabbit hole of obtaining all these different certifications if you have not conducted research first. And then the second best practice is when you start to apply for a certification, it's okay that you don't have everything lined up. Monica, I don't have meeting minutes. I'm a sole member LLC. I don't meet with myself. Like, that's a stupid requirement. Don't worry about it. When you're putting together a certification package, whether it's state or federal, if you're missing, this is a great opportunity for you to get things in order. Right. Whatever you didn't have, now you can create it. So by the time you're done submitting that certification application, you're now straight. You might not have been when you went down that road of putting together. It's okay. I'm a sole member LLC. I don't have meeting minutes. And I've been in business since 2011. I've never had a meeting with myself and sat down and created that on paper. But if I were to apply for woman-owned small business or for 8A, even the state, I might need to produce that. It's okay. I'll just create it. I'll backdate, and then everything will be in order from that day moving forward. So don't beat yourself up that when you go through these processes of filling out all these different applications that you don't have everything. Guess what? I don't either. I produce it when it's in front of me that I need to produce it. But once I do, then from that moment forward, now it's your fault if you don't maintain. But initially, you're probably not going to have everything. And as a best practice, it's okay. Use that application process as your time to get everything in order, and then make sure you do it right from that day forward. So those would probably be the two biggest ones for me, Priscilla.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so we do have another question here. I think this is for Ginny. What is the difference between a certification and a registration?
The registration really allows you to be registered with the specific agency. And for us, it's the SBE and the veteran-owned business and the DVOB. You're registered along with, because registrations are national for us, with the SBE, you're registered with those entities so you can participate in a bidding process. Our certification is a little bit more muscle because it requires more documents and it gives you more leverage. You can use it. You can use it to promote your company in a better light. And vendors or people who are interested in doing business with you are looking for a certification because they know that they can also use that to promote their portfolio of businesses that they're using. So that's a clear distinction for us in the state of New Jersey, that the registration, SBE, will allow you to bid on a contract, and there's a set aside with the SBE in the state of New Jersey on state contracts, and the certifications give you a little bit more muscle because they ask for more information, and it's a distinction between women, minorities, and minority women. So that's the clear distinction.
Okay, great. So we have a follow-up question. How long does it take to get the certification? And so I'm guessing that will probably be either one, the SBE, the minority, the woman, or the veteran. How long does it take?
For the state right now, they're offering a program where you can get an SBE and an MWBE or an MBE at the same time, especially online, but you can get them both even if you submit a hard copy. And so often the length of time depends on the applicant, how long it takes you to get me your documents. Because it could be 2 weeks, it could be 3 weeks, or it could be a month or longer. But when we get into a month, then we have to look at some other things because we have to change some dates. But normally it takes, I'd say the max would be a month. And if you're in a position where you have a contract where somebody is willing to work with you and they need that MWBE, or it's more the MWBE than the SBE, I can fast track the application with the state. I can speak to the auditor and say, my client has a pending opportunity. Can we fast track that? And he'll do it.
Wonderful, wonderful. We have a question coming in from our Facebook live stream. Monica, this is a follow-up. Do I need to register yearly on beta.sam.gov? Your microphone, Monica.
Sorry. Thank you, Priscilla. I was about to start. So pretty much beta, so there isn't a beta.sam. There is a beta.certify.sba.gov. I know, right? That's for the woman-owned small business and the economically disadvantaged woman-owned small business. Then you have sam.gov. That's where your company registration is. So you will receive once a year, every year from that system, which is what we spoke about earlier, to renew your existing profile. So that's an annual thing, but they will send you an email to say, hey, need you to log in with your user ID and password, take a look at the information you gave us a year ago and ensure that everything is still good to go. So when I receive that and no information has changed, I still have to log in with my user ID and password, go to every single page and just keep hitting submit. Then when I get to the last page, I do the final submission and then SAM will accept that. So it doesn't force you to make a change annually. It just says, I want you to log in with your credentials and check every page out. And if nothing has changed, touch nothing. just keep hitting submit, submit. But yes, on the sam.gov, there is an annual registration. For the beta, that is for the EDWSB program. All right. And then there's some other different types of databases out there as well. But if you're speaking of the Woman-Owned Small Business, that's not an annual registration. That is just simply you're submitting your application, and then annually you'll need to update that. And again, SBA is really great about sending you reminders. So you don't need to worry about when is it going to happen. You will get an email letting you know it's time. All right. So hopefully that answers the question.
Good, wonderful. Now, for those that are on participating, Dr. Ndoro kindly posted in the chat a link to the New Jersey Savvy list, the New Jersey Selective Assistance Vendor information. And this is equivalent to that of SAM. So if anyone wanted to take a look at that, the link is in the chat, or we'll try to repost it again so you can take a look at. Diane asks, is there a handout that helps us to do that research? What Monica is mentioning is helpful. Diane, not only do we have a handout, we have a whole workshop called, it's called Winning Public Federal Contracts. And we have that 3 times a year. And you know, when we had this workshop in person, it wore you out. You were tired. You were exhausted by 4 o'clock, the amount of information that Monica provides. And even for every workshop that we have, there is a free webinar. And I can vouch for Monica. She sends a PDF. And when I saw the PDF from the workshop compared to the one for the webinar, I couldn't tell them apart. There's so much pages and pages. Her PowerPoint includes links to everything. Everything that she breaks down is on that. So if you have not already signed up, I think one is coming. Well, you just missed one, but one a workshop is coming up, if I'm not mistaken. If it's not next month, it's in May. I would suggest that you connect with us and register for that. But if you want some more information, you can always request counseling, and we'll connect you with Monica, and she'll be able to give you a handout or point out where you should start doing some of that research. Diane says, I don't see the chat. Diane, I'll for the links, what I'll do is you have registered for today. So everything shared today, we'll email a recap to all the participants. So if you're not seeing the chat, or if the link is not working, we'll make sure that you get the correct one. I see Dr. Ndoro trying to send that information out. Okay, so let's see. What other questions are coming in here? Ginny, does your business have to be earning revenue to apply for these certifications?
Yes, you do. That's one of the eligibility requirements. And what I find so interesting about that is that most of the clients think that it has to be tens of thousands of dollars. But when we have a conversation about how they're selling their product, they can see that they are generating revenue. So much is involved with educating the client on the need and how that need is transferred into their business. For instance, I have a client who was selling tea at her church, and she was she was making a lot of money selling the tea on Sundays at her church. As a matter of fact, it became part of her budget. She included it in her budget, her own personal budget. So when we were starting her business, I told her, this is revenue. You are generating revenue from your friends at church or your colleagues at church. And we included that in her overall revenue. But it was just selling her tea, making it for people at church who loved it. She really didn't look at it as revenue until it came down to put those numbers together. So in answer to the question, yes, you have to be generating revenue. And I also discuss with you what that revenue can look like. Because clients are generating revenue and they don't even realize that it's revenue. When you're selling your service, regardless of who it is, you're selling it and you're being paid for it, you're generating revenue.
Hey, Priscilla, can I answer that as well on the federal side?
Sure, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Right. So on the federal side, you have 5 federal certifications. So you have 8A, GSA schedule, woman-owned small business, veterans, and HubZone. Of those 5, only 2 require that you have revenue, and that's GSA and 8A. But for the woman-owned small business program, for the veterans program, for the HubZone program, you can be a startup. That is not a requirement that you have generated any revenue at all. Also, here in Maryland, for our MBE, DBE, SBE, and ACDBE, and I know someone's going to type into the chat box, what does all that mean? And guess what? I have the answer to all of that. So hit me with it if you want to. I didn't know the same thing, but I know the rest of it. All right. And so with those being said, with our MBE, DBE, SBE, ACDBE, which is our airport concessions, you don't need to have any revenue. So I'm not sure, again, I'm not in Jersey, so I'm not familiar with Jersey's certification program, but here in the state of Maryland, you could be a startup. The only 2 certifications that require your past performance, which equals revenue generation, is 8A and GSA. And on the state side, you can be a startup. I can start my business today. I can apply for MBE, DBE, SBE on Friday. Like literally, long as I have all my incorporation documentations, I could have no business tax returns, but just have my personal. Again, our program here, you can be a startup. So I make that statement to say it depends on the state. I know you all are in Jersey, but just keep in mind, if you're looking to get another type of state certification after you are approved for your home state, the requirements may be different, because if you swing my way, you don't need revenue. Mm-hmm. Just wanted to add that, Priscilla. Thank you.
Great. We have a question here from Diane. She asks, can we pay someone to do the paperwork for the certifications? And I think Dr. Ndora also followed up that with an answer that the center offers certification services at no cost to businesses. That is the power or the advantage of using your local SBDC. So you only need to pay the state fee, which is the $100. And I think the state has also has consolidated. You can apply for more than one certification at one time. Is that correct, Jenny?
Yes, you can. There's a combination. The SBE and the MWBE, MBE, or WBE is $100 or the $5 fee for 1 or 2. And with the veterans, sometimes they waive that as well. I would advise people who are interested in getting certified with the state of New Jersey, right? You really think about doing it before the end of the year, because I believe some changes are going to come down that are going to affect when you can certify your business. So with the clients that I have and ones that are interested, I really try to get them to excel their application so that they're a part of the certification process, where if you get it now, it's good for 3 years. And you have to verify that nothing has changed or things have changed every year. And if you don't, you're kicked out of the system and you have to start all over again. And they send 1 email out. So I tell my clients, if you change email addresses, or if you send a hard copy in and it's on and you've changed your business location, make sure you let the state know. Because if you miss that additional information document, they're very strict, rigid on allowing you on waiving that process for you. It's if you miss it, you have to start all over again.
And also, I just want to reiterate that, because with the combined certifications now in New Jersey, you have to be also doing it, because I know somebody's going to say, well, they told me I could get the certifications and pay $100. Only if you're doing it at the same time. But if you complete just the SBE today and don't select to do the MWBE, next time you go in, it's another $100.
Absolutely.
So be very clear what we are meaning here, you have to be sitting down doing it all at once right now. And what the holdup is, and Jeannie can confirm this, is you go in to do it all at once and then you don't have your documentation.
Don't have that.
The question is, do you continue with just the SBE and pay $100? And then when you get the documentation for the MWBE, come in. At that point, it's 2 applications. So have all your documents together so that you pay that $100.
And also, if I could add something, sometimes clients are just ready for their SBE. They don't have their financials. They don't have all their documents together. And they may really be a new business. So I advise them to get their SBEs because at least you're in the pot. I advise them to get their SBE, to register with NJ Start, and we track what opportunities they have on those platforms that they could bid on. And I've seen more activity with the SBEs in 2020, we're up in 2021, than I have before, where our SBEs are being contacted by vendors to participate on a bid. So sometimes they're not ready for the anchor certification, but it doesn't mean that they can't participate. But again, it's going to cost you a total of $210. So you got to budget that as well. But it's good to have the information.
Okay, great. Vanessa and Diane, both are interested. Great. So to reach out to us, you can give us a call, or like I said before, visit our website. It's right here on my backdrop. Go to www.rnsbdc.com and click that Get Counseling button at the top right-hand corner of our webpage, and put in your email and complete the form. There's an area there where it asks specific assistance needed. And in there, you can just indicate, I need help with my certification, whether it's SBE or whether it's federal. Depending on which one you indicate, we definitely would assign you to either Monica or to Ginny to follow up with you. And also plug in again. So we have 2 really, really great workshops. So Monica's, again, I did mention, winning public federal contracts, a full day workshop. She goes through the certification. Then better yet, she shows you how to leverage the certification, how to market to the federal government, the contacts that you need to meet, and how to go about that. There are exercises, how to find out if the government purchase your products and your services. And so, and maybe how much they spent on it last year, and if they're projecting to spend on it this year. This is really good information that you'll find useful to help you in that area. As for Ginny's workshop is called NJ Certification and Private Contracting. So this workshop, again, Ginny will go through these certifications, what the criterias are, the documentations that you need. And actually, we also has featured on there the state auditor. I mean, who best to find out, to ask your questions than the ones who are actually approving and reviewing your application. And they actually we walk you through the new application portal online, where you are submitting these documentation. And if you think it's overwhelming, well, you have us. We will help you with that process. So reach out to us. Each of these workshops that I just mentioned, they do have a free webinar. So you can, and trust me, the information you get on the free webinar is a lot. So visit our website, click on the training tab, scroll through the list of events, and look for the next webinar under those names. The webinar and the workshops has the same name: NJ State Certification and Private Contracting, and Winning Public Federal Contracts. And sign up. And if you're in a hurry, then just fill out the request for counseling. We definitely will also assign you a consultant to speak with you one-on-one. So we're at the end here. So any last words, Monica and Ginny, before we transition into the next segment?
I'll just briefly say, the government spends $500 billion in one fiscal year. So government fiscal year starts October 1 of every year, and it ends September 30th of every year. If you're participating today and you're like, well, I'm not sure if I want to do business with the federal government, I want you to sleep on it. That is $500 billion. Actually, they spend $1 trillion plus, but on just goods and services, which is what we here do, you want to strongly consider that. So if you do, just make sure everything within, as far as your infrastructure, everything is sound and you're set up. You can pull financial statements. The last thing you want is to win a federal government contract and not be prepared to manage it, to have the proper resources in place, to have the proper funding in place. With federal procurement, again, $500 billion. So I want you to consider going down that road, but you need to be ready. And sometimes winning a contract on the federal side can put you out of business. So again, want you to consider it, but I want you to get your infrastructure in place. Not wait till you win it, then you're trying to get funding so that you can make payroll. It's actually on the federal side, it's the opposite. You get as much lined up, if not all of it, then you go out and start looking for work. So again, strongly consider federal procurement. To me, that's where the major cheese is. It's like that every year, all year. How could you not want to do business with the feds? Thank you.
Well, I want to do business with the feds after you. But what I would suggest is that in addition to doing business with the feds, I strongly encourage you to just get some information on how to certify your business in the state of New Jersey. Get some information on ensuring that your business is certified ready. And get some information about how you can plan to be more of a player in your business. And one of the examples that you can do that is by being certified. So check us out at the Rutgers-Newark SBDC. We're there to help you grow your business. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so, and we have Vanessa. Vanessa says, I'm in it to win it with government contracts. I'm with you. I'm with you, Vanessa. Love the energy. We all want a piece of that pie. All right. Okay, good. Okay, I'm an instructor. I teach cooking, sewing, and arts to kids. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you for registering, Diane. We look forward to working with you. Okay, so we're going to transition over to the marketing segment. So I would like to say thank you so much to Monica and Ginny. Oh, they're sweethearts, aren't they? Thank you for taking the time out today and answering our questions. And feel free to connect with us. They're definitely here and willing to work with you. So I guess at the end of this session, we'll transition into the marketing segment next.
Bye.
Somebody just put a thing saying, I'm an instructor. I teach cooking, sewing, and art to kids. What are my chances?
Oh, to work with the government.
And I think the stimulus package is putting funding towards arts and culture. I think I read or heard something in the news. Everyone knows about it.
Yes.
So do the research, I would suggest, and see. You might have to work through organizations, whether they are nonprofit or for-profit arts and culture organizations, to see if you can contract directly with them, or the state, if they're getting block grants from this money, that you can provide services to them.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Have
a great day.
All right. Thank you. Stay with us. For those that are with us, stay with us. We'll be heading into the marketing segment in a few minutes.
Interested in doing business with the government? Helping businesses Interested in doing business with the government? Helping businesses understand and win government contracts is an essential service of the New Jersey SBDC network. Our procurement specialists can help you obtain registrations and certifications, prepare bids, and even match you with contracting opportunities from agencies that buy your goods and services. Want to learn more? Visit us online to get started on your path to success today.
Hi, my name is Jules Singletary. I graduated Rutgers University in 2005 from Livingston College. And when I finished that degree, I went on to complete a one-year business degree from the Fashion Institute of Technology. And that started my 12-year career in corporate America. So I'm super grateful I had the opportunity to work for some major companies like JCPenney's as a business planner and financial analyst. And my last corporate gig was in 2017. I was working at Nike's sales office in Chicago, and I was laid off after 4 years. They had a major global reorganization, but I knew in my spirit that that was time for me to start my own business. So I moved to Newark, super close to Rutgers and the SBDC. And that's where I took up roots and started my business there. So I'm now the proud owner of Gratitude Griot LLC. We are a well-being-based business that specializes in teaching people how to alleviate their stress using yoga, meditation, and therapeutic art. Some of the resources that I got from the SBDC, like from the beginning, is one thing knowing how to navigate corporate America spreadsheets, doing business planning from that angle, but being able to translate that knowledge to my own entrepreneurial journey, but I knew nothing. So the SBDC has been an amazing resource from learning how to register my business in the state of New Jersey. They helped me to register as a minority-owned, women-owned business so that I could get certain set-asides for the state and get contracting opportunities. I learned how to build an entire marketing plan and sales strategy, and got teamed up with some amazing coaches, from financial coaches to business coaches. And all of it wasn't just textbook knowledge. Like, I've been able to take this information and really run with it. As a result, from all of the foundational elements that the SBDC helped to put in place for my business, I've been awarded grants to keep my business running throughout the pandemic. I have gotten amazing contacts and networking opportunities that continue to expand our reach. And I am beyond grateful for the resources that the SBDC offers for free. So many free resources. And then there are a lot of low-cost resources that I've been able to take advantage of that have been within my budget. When anyone asks me, how do I do XYZ in business? I'm like, you need to go to your SBDC office, find them online. They are now offering all types of virtual workshops and webinars that are amazing. They have so many resources online on their websites, and there's so many offices around the country. Like, please find one near you. They are super amazing, fantastic resources. I cannot say enough how much the SBDC has helped me and my business, Gratitude Griot. And I continue to use them as a resource to this day. So happy SBDC Day. Congratulations, I guess. I don't even know what you say on a day like this, but good luck to you and continued success and helping so many more entrepreneurs, business owners. Thank you.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. And to start off this digital marketing segment, I would like to introduce our Regional Director, Dr. Tendai Nduro, to say some welcoming remarks. You're muted, Dr. Nduro.
Hey, thank you. Yes, welcome to our third segment on marketing, digital marketing, with our experts, Ms. Cecilia Henderson and Ms. Cheryl McCanns, our gurus on everything marketing. And I do want to welcome everybody who is participating currently. And this is SBDC Day, where we celebrate small businesses throughout the nation. And we also celebrate America's Small Business Development Centers for the work that they do to make sure that we have successful, sustainable businesses that last forever, hopefully, and you can hand them over to your family. You can sell it, and maybe one day go IPO. So without much further ado, I just want to, I'm so proud of the number of experts that we have in different areas that a business needs. And today we have two of our marketing gurus to talk to you, and they also provide services to our clients in the SBDC. But also understand, I think some of you who have been with us since this morning are recognizing that our experts are also themselves small businesses. So they're not counseling you or advising you on theory, you know, what you think it should be. They live this, they also go through the struggle practically and in real time. So when they are talking to you about what you need to do, they know what it takes to run a small business. So welcome, and I hand it back to you. Take over.
Thank you. So for those of you that are now joining us, and for those of you that have been here, this is a Q&A live, and we will be taking questions in 4 different ways. You can post your questions using the Q&A feature here on Zoom, which does help to remain organized in terms of having the questions and the answers in one area. But you can also raise your hands, and a button is located next to the chat icon, and we will allow you to use your microphone to ask your question live. You can also use the chat feature that's available, and those of you that are viewing or streaming on Facebook, feel free to ask your questions there as well. So the segment is called Digital Marketing, and today we have 2 experts here to answer your questions. We have Cecilia Henderson and Cheryl McCann. Cecilia and Cheryl are both consultants at the NJSBDC at Rutgers-Newark. And now, without further ado, I will turn the segment over to our experts and allow them to tell us a bit about themselves and their areas of expertise.
Cecilia, you want to go first?
Oh, sure. Thanks, Cheryl. Cecilia Henderson. I'm owner of WSI Marketing Edge, one of the small businesses. And my focus is really on helping New Jersey businesses claim and leverage their online presence. One of the big challenges that I see that businesses have is, what do I do online? And clearly with the pandemic, we know now that being online is incredibly critical. So those of us, I know Cheryl has probably experienced the same thing, people kind of rushing to get that online footprint and get that digital footprint. Well, where I come in is, well, what should that look like? Or I have a footprint and it's not doing anything for me. Or I don't have a strategy how to move forward with leveraging my website, my social media, my email. How do I pull that all together? And that's one of the things that I do. With the SBDC, I'm really pleased to work with Tendai, Tekoa, and Priscilla because I teach several classes there. One of them is around websites and social media, just an overview, just put your toe in the water and understand what it is. I also talk about, I have a class that focuses on creating your digital marketing plan. And I do a class that focuses on how to engage the ideal customer, because part of our challenge is really getting to that customer base that we need to get to. And I bring a really strong strategic marketing background to this. So segmentation, targeting, getting to that customers is really one of the things that I like to focus on with businesses. So with that, I'll turn it over to Cheryl.
Sure, thank you. So hello, everyone. So happy to be here. I am Cheryl McCann, the founder and CEO of Impact Consulting Enterprises. And the reason I'm here today is because we are all in this together. We all have to work together. And when it comes to digital marketing, as Cecilia said, we all need it. I will say, however, that you need to approach it strategically. And so what we do at Impact is we go strategy first. And when people come and say, I need to be on Facebook, I need to tweet, I need to be on Instagram, our first question is, well, why? And then we work backwards. So we start with strategy, super excited to answer your questions here. And I would, if you take nothing away from the session today, please understand that as long as you think strategically and then prioritize and then implement and evaluate, you'll be able to assess and then put programs and processes in place that will have your digital marketing work for you, because that's the real purpose of it. So, Sequoia, it's all up to you.
Great, thank you. So now we will begin answering questions. So our first question is, I can't keep up with the recommended schedules to post on social media. Is it worth posting if I can't do that?
So I would say one of the services that we provide at Impact is social media management. And I would strongly suggest that your schedule, make sure that it's your own, and you post at the pace that is correct for you and on the channels that are appropriate for you. And if you're not going to post on a particular channel, shut it down so that you don't look like you're a dead end. So Cecilia, if you want to add to that, so I'm not sure what pace they think they need to post at, so I'll be curious to find out what pace, but my recommendation is post at your own pace, and if you're not going to post, close the channel.
Yeah, sure. I agree with exactly what you're saying. I think you can set your own pace. One of the challenges is that when you look at certain platforms like Twitter, they will say, oh, the average user posts 5 times a day, and Twitter is a platform where you can post multiple times and not beat your audience to death. Other platforms, that's not appropriate. So on LinkedIn, 5 times a day may suggest that you don't actually have a job. So you have to be very careful about how you utilize your time. But I get people coming to me and saying, I just can't do that. So, I'm going to throw my hands up in the air. And I'm saying, just like Cheryl is saying, set your own pace.
Right.
Think about it this way. I don't think anybody's sitting there with a metric saying, did, XYZ business post on Facebook 5 times a week or 4 times a week? But what is going to happen is if somebody comes to your Facebook page, if Facebook is an appropriate venue for you, they see that you are active there and they see that you're active routinely and recently. So they're not sitting there saying how many times a day. They're looking for almost, I call it a sign of life.
Right.
So I agree very much with Cheryl. Set your own pace, manage this tool. This is a tool for you. You're not a victim of it.
Right. And if you're not, what I will say to you is they're not going to measure how frequently you post, but if you don't post,
they'll know
they're not coming back.
Yeah.
And so if they get to your page, or if they see that you haven't posted in 9 months or 10 months, they're not going to come back, because people go to your social media for insight, and they go to your social media for guidance and to see what your thought leadership is. And if you haven't had a leading thought in 9 or 10 months, it's not worth it.
Okay, great. So we just got a question from Lisa in the chat. So Lisa is saying, we are a 53-year-old WBE printing company. Because we are printers, how do we transition to other ways of marketing to companies for new business? We are a small business, but we print for companies like universities, energy companies, advertising agencies, state and federal agencies. People are working remotely, making it difficult to mail marketing materials. I'm at a loss.
Yeah, this is really interesting because I look at that and I hear the types of customers, and you know who those customers are. You might want to consider doing some prospecting on LinkedIn, because with certain tools, you'll be able to identify people in certain companies in certain kinds of roles, and you can reach out to them using LinkedIn. So you could consider that approach. I understand what you're saying. People aren't necessarily in their office. They're often disparate locations, but having a LinkedIn presence, and I feel like I might have had a situation like that in the past where there was a publisher and they knew exactly who their target audiences were. So that, I think, is something that you ought to consider. Cheryl,
Right.
what do you?
Yeah, so to add to that, I would say they're people, right? So at the end of the day, you're looking to connect with people. And as Cecilia mentioned, LinkedIn is a great tool. And as a printer, I think what I'm hearing you say is that you traditionally mailed your materials to your prospects. I'm going to strongly suggest that people are still getting their mail. I'm going to strongly suggest that universities, colleges, utility companies, and the like that you have referenced as your clients have some mechanism in place for their remote employees to get their mail. And what you might want to do is reach out to an existing contact that you have in that space and ask him or her if they get their mail or how they're getting their mail. And then you can probably put together an email marketing campaign to reach out to your prospects to find out how they ask for their opinion. People love to give advice. So ask for their opinion, and then you might find that they'll be more receptive to you. And then there's that fine balance between email marketing and social media. We have one client that has said that they believe that Twitter is going to replace email marketing because people hate all the emails. That's a matter of opinion, and it may vary by industry. So I would strongly suggest that you leverage email marketing or maybe do a Twitter poll, but do something to engage your audience and to get their opinion so that they can see that you are listening and that you have something to say. I see a hand up over here.
I just want to add, because the client said, the guest said they do universities, and we are in a university. And one of the things that I always find people don't understand is how universities buy. In Rutgers University, it's the departments that buy the services directly, because the department and the business units have their own budgets. So if you're already doing business in a university with one department, one of the things that you could do is ask for referrals and introductions to other departments. And yes, we are not going in to pick our mail all the time at all, but we are receiving emails. So if you ask your current client or department that you're working with in that university to say, please, can you introduce me to another department who could use my printing services, or could you refer me to someone? Usually it's an introduction, and I get an email from that person who is also within the university that you have done business with. You're already verified.
Right.
And once you are in the system, you can work with any department. So think outside the box and don't be afraid to ask for referrals, for contacts, for people who are ideal to the current customers that you already have.
Yeah, Dr. Endoro, if you haven't gotten your mail since last March, I'm praying for you.
Okay, so can I say a couple of things?
We are required to sign a form to go on campus, and it's just not with the program. So no mail, email is the way to go now.
Yes, so Lisa raised her hand, so she's going to ask her question or clarify on her question. Go ahead, Lisa.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so here's the situation. As far as asking for referrals, I'll work a little backwards. I always ask for referrals. As far as marketing materials, and now I have so many things swirling through my head here. Going after the same types of industries, well aware of, following up with people, getting their opinion on things, being contacted through LinkedIn. Here's the deal. I get so many email messages from people. I have no idea who they are, with all kinds of messages in the subject line, making me wonder, oh, do I know this person? I just forgot who they were or something, prompting me to open the email, which I don't appreciate. But you mentioned, somebody mentioned Twitter may be taking over email, because we're inundated with emails. So I can tell you, I email clients, and half the time they don't get back to me because they're busy. They don't want to be bothered. And I understand that, and I'm not going to push them to respond to something unless, of course, it's urgent.
But I don't understand, Lisa. I'm not getting your question.
Okay, so, well, my question is, I understand I'm old school. I've been selling for a long time. I'm the person who would walk in the door, introduce myself, leave a card, get a person's name, get a phone number, follow up with the phone call. And it's all changed. Twitter, I get so many tweets. It's almost like email now. I get text messages on my phone. I'm like, people must be buying a mailing list with my phone number. So it just becomes more and more difficult. And I guess I'm at a loss. I'm hearing all these remedies that
So Lisa, take it like you eat an elephant, right? One bite at a time. Just take off a little bit, and you're right. What I hear is frustration, and that you can be, and it is overwhelming, and it is frustrating, and you are not alone. So what I would strongly suggest is you approach this one step at a time and see what works best for you. So you test it. Don't do email and Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter all at the same time, because you'll drive yourself crazy. So I would say, just try one piece. And I'm old school too, right? See the grays. So I would say just come slowly into the digital space, into the digital age, and try one thing at a time. Cecilia, do you have any suggestions?
No, I would agree with you. Just because there are all these channels to reach people doesn't mean you have to use them. So one of the other things is that you might take some trusted clients that you do have, if you can get them to talk to you for a few minutes about what they feel is really effective at reaching them. The other piece is making sure that what you do have out there is of value to them. I mean, there's a lot of transactional communication that goes on, but when we start to try to build relationships, we're adding value, we're adding content, we're increasing their understanding, we're trying to increase their capability to do business even. The question is, what's the right venue for that? So like Cheryl says, pick one, try it. If that works, you might want to add another one. If it doesn't work, dispense with that and go to the next thing, because it is overwhelming. But again, just because Twitter's out there doesn't mean that Twitter must be happening.
Right, not everybody needs to tweet. Not everybody needs to post, and you have to go where your audience is. And at the end of the day, as Dr. Ndoro said, Rutgers University, they are very decentralized, right? So you have to understand your particular client, know where they are, where do they live online, and how can you add value? And so that is probably the most critical question that you need to ask yourself. Is what you're doing of value to your prospects? If not, why not? If yes, why?
And I think what I'm also hearing is, your services might, because people have gone digital, the actual printing, like we stopped completely doing brochures, paper, stock, collateral, etc. Start thinking, what else can I be doing in my business and offer as a service in the supply chain of what you do as a printer? So I'm assuming as a printer, you offer graphic design, graphic services. Start offering graphic design services. And I'm also thinking as a small business, I might need electronic letterheads so that my company continues having a certain look. And so I need a template that has my letterhead, my information, where it's no longer a paper letterhead that I print and mail out, but it's a letterhead that I actually type in directly and I send it out to everyone, and I still have, and I can sign with a digital signature that you might create for me through your digital graphic services. And I can send it out and still be able to communicate electronically as I would with a hard copy. So start thinking of all the supply chain services that help you get to actually printing and segment them into their own individual services that you could sell and generate income from other areas and start marketing that as, that's pivoting. Start marketing that as other services you offer outside of the traditional hard stock printing business that you have.
Thank you for a great idea.
Okay, thank you, Lisa, for your question. So we have a question in the Q&A chat feature from Denise. Denise is asking, how do you find the best hashtags for your target audience?
That's always a good one. So I just want to say hashtags are interesting because really they are an organizing tool for a given platform. So in other words, you're assuming to a certain extent that somebody is going to search for what you've put associated with that hashtag using a hashtag. So it's a searching tool. How do you find the most appropriate one? I don't really feel like there's a science, but I can tell you that before you use a hashtag, you had better enter that hashtag in and see what comes up, because you might be very surprised to find that the things that you think when you associate something with a given hashtag are not the things that somebody else is thinking. And there's a story that I'd like to tell about the Vatican doing I guess they made a whole bunch of people saints. And so the Pope tweeted out, "Go Saints," and a whole bunch of people responded back saying, "Who dat?" which is New Orleans Saints.
Right.
So "Go Saints" was actually something that had already been camped on by somebody else. So this is why I'm saying check and make sure. So there's that first thing of thinking about the topics of interest that people might be searching for, thinking about, the attributes that are associated with your product that people might be searching for, and then making sure that you understand what is there before you start to use them. The other piece is looking at the volume of hashtag usage. If you are going to use a hashtag and it's got 3 million uses, what that means is that in hashtag world, your post is going to be at the top of the screen for about 2 seconds before it falls off the bottom of the screen. So think of hashtags as that the next person that uses your hashtag is going to go in right on top of you and push you down, if you know what I mean. So you want a mix of these very popular hashtags with some that are more like an SEO, a long tail keyword, something a little bit more descriptive, but still close to your business. So I don't feel like there's a science to it. Cheryl may have more, but I just had done a whole bunch of research on this for a particular client, and they were obsessed with using certain hashtags, and I needed to talk them out of it, essentially.
Right. No, you're absolutely right, Cecilia. I think there is, you could call it a science, but there's a methodology to hashtags. So you clearly need to do your research so that when you do say, "Go Saints," we know who that, and we know that means I'm a big football fan, so I'm all over that, right? I would also suggest, however, that you spend some time researching. I'm going to put in the chat here. This is a free keyword finder. And as Cecilia mentioned, you want to look at long tail keywords, short tail keywords. However, you do not want to have a message that says, hashtag good morning. We're here to wish you a hashtag great, hashtag day as we celebrate hashtag Women's History Month, right? So you want to be careful about how frequently you embed hashtags in your messages. We also have a client who gave us a list of 30 plus hashtags that they wanted us to use in all of their messaging. And hashtags are search tools. Hashtags are designed for people to be able to identify and gather information based off of a particular topic. So one school of thought is you create your message and then you go in and comment on it with a hashtag. So that way, people, when they search the hashtag, they'll actually find your message, and the hashtag doesn't take away from the character count of the message that you're looking to share. You want to be careful that the hashtag is not too long. Hashtag let's all celebrate SBDC Day in New Jersey on today. That's too long, right? So you want to create hashtags and test them. Everything is about the data. It's all about the numbers and the data, and you have to measure the effectiveness of what it is that you're using. So if you find out that we use the hashtag make an impact, right? Because we're at Impact Consulting. We believe in impactful marketing. And we've done some research that hashtag make an impact usually has positive stories associated with it. So we're not going to find ourselves in trouble with other data that we might not want to associate with ourselves. So do your research, test it, check it, do some long tail keyword searches, and figure out what works for you.
Okay, great. So our next question is, how do I measure my business's marketing success?
How do you measure the success?
Yes, of your business, social media marketing.
Are you making money? So that's going to be, you know, my response. So at the end of the day, even if you are a nonprofit, we are all here to generate more revenue than we have expenses, or at least try to break even. So you want to track what you're doing. Every marketing campaign that you implement is measurable. Digital marketing makes marketing more measurable now than ever before. People used to say, oh, public relations, you can't measure. Marketing, you can't measure. That is so not true. You can see how many people come to a website, look at a tweet, share a post. You can track engagement. You can figure out where those people come from. You can even do heat maps on your websites to see, you know, what part of the website they find more attractive or less attractive than others. And you gotta, numbers matter. And as business owners, small or large, the thing that you have to always remember is to count what you're doing and measure the effectiveness. If you've got a campaign and if you're doing something and say you run an Instagram campaign, but nobody participates, clearly that ain't working. So you need to figure out, is Instagram the platform for you? Have you built up enough following? You know, who are you going after? If you do A/B testing, change a picture, change a headline, you know, do something to measure. But the way to determine the effectiveness of anything that you do is to see what the numbers say. Cecilia?
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you. One of the things that I think of, you know, you're talking about analytics. There are these things called vanity analytics, like how many followers do you have on Instagram? It's a great metric, but ultimately, if you have 1,000 followers, that's great. Maybe you don't have 1,000 of the right followers. It may be better to have 200 of the right followers than 1,000 of people who don't care. So that's why I think Cheryl started with, are you making money? Because ultimately, the ultimate metric is, was there a conversion? So you will sometimes have situations where your numbers, some of those metrics just aren't that striking, but in the end, you may get the 3 or 4 people that convert. These are the people that buy the thing, and those are the people that really matter. So I would just say, be very careful about getting so caught up in number land and leaving behind your ultimate metric, which is your revenue target.
Right. And like Cecilia mentioned, be cognizant of vanity metrics, right? So I always joke and say one of my first followers was my mother, which is really nice, right? But she's not my target audience. So it's really about engagement. And you need to also be reasonable. So we all know what SMART goals are, right? Specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time bound. I'm going to suggest you create SMART T goals. Make sure they are also inclusive and make sure they are equitable. So that when you are putting your plans together, you are ensuring that your goals are going to reach diverse audiences and that you're going to be able to connect and communicate to everyone that is part of your buying persona. So as you are tracking, followers don't matter, engagement does. Also understand that engagement on Twitter is very different than engagement on Facebook, you know, and Twitter, now I'm going to date myself, right? But remember back in the day at the TV screen, you used to have the stock market ticker tape run across the TV. So I know, Sequoia, do you remember that? You're probably too young.
I do.
Oh, wow. Okay, good. So, you know, Twitter is like that ticker. And so it's running. So people will see your tweet. They might retweet it. They might not. So, however, on a Facebook platform, there's a greater probability of somebody sharing or liking. And know that if people take the time to either celebrate or like, that's important because we are all very, very busy. And the fact that they've stopped to show some level of engagement, that matters much more so than how many people are following you.
Okay. Our next question is, how often should I update my website, write a blog, or post on social media?
Cecilia?
No. The first thing is that you should update your website, you should post on social media, and you should have a blog. Now, how often, remember that whole discussion we had earlier about, making a schedule that works for you? That's where you kind of apply your marketing magic or your organizational capabilities. Because remember, with scarce resources, if you're doing this, you're not doing something else. Right. Even if you outsource it, if you're spending it on this, you're not spending it on something else. Right. What we know is that if you don't update your website gets stale, and suddenly it starts to perhaps lose a little of its SEO juice. What we know, again, you heard that whole example of, let's not have a social media site that you were posting on and then you haven't touched it for 6 months. So it's very hard to just say, oh, it should be monthly. There are people who blog weekly. There are people who blog daily. They just have that capability. You have to decide what is yours.
Right. So definitely. So an important point is regarding SEO. So as it relates to your website, and Google is, I'm going to say the queen, not the king. So Google is the queen of SEO traffic measuring and monitoring. And so your site will drop in Google rankings if you don't update something on the site on a regular basis. They look to make sure that it is current. I would say when you have a new product or service, you should update your website. You should blog about it and you should post about it. So if you are looking to find the right cadence or the right frequency, it would depend on the business that you're in. So here at Impact, we provide marketing services. We write for our clients. We blog for them. We create their social posts, and we also update their website. It's what we do because we are a marketing communications company. If you are manufacturing widgets and you have a new widget, talk about it, share it, post a picture of it. So you might not write a blog, but you might post a picture. So the frequency and the type of media that you're going to share will vary dependent upon the market that you're in and the content that you are producing.
I think that's a great point, Cheryl. If you want references, take a look at several of your competitors and see what they are doing. But do not let that drive you crazy. Right. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and I do see that Dr. Enduro did place in the chat a very important resource so that you can locate or find any errors on the back end of your website. So please look at that when you can. Okay, our next question is, how can my company most benefit from using digital marketing, especially now during these times of uncertainty?
How can the company most benefit from using digital marketing? What a great question. What I would say is that keep in mind that digital is the current channel that we use for marketing. Marketing has always been around, and whether it was initially word of mouth, newspapers, then magazines, television, radio, and with the advent of what I originally used to call the information superhighway, which we've renamed the internet. And so now when you have technology, as technology evolves, so will your marketing. So don't be overwhelmed or afraid of the term digital marketing. You're going to take your marketing strategy, figure out who your audience is, figure out where they are, and then give it to them. So how would you market on radio? Radio is now online. You still need a voice. You still need words. How do you market on television? Television's online. You still need people. You still need words. You still need pictures. How are you going to market from a printing perspective? you still need graphics and imagery. So don't be intimidated by the word digital. Just consider it marketing and then identify the appropriate channel for you to use to reach your customers.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, in a sense, your marketing, when you market, you want to be where people are. And what's happened with the pandemic, a lot of people have gone online. I mean, social media usage has shot through the roof. People who did not know how to turn their laptops on are now on Zoom meetings all the time. So online shopping, all of that is highly relevant. And so, you know, without knowing exactly what your business is, you know, I'll echo what Cheryl has said, you know, understand who your target audience is and where they are. That's where you need to be.
We do have a chat. I'm just backtracking a bit. We had a question from Diane. Diane's asking, what are your thoughts about email marketing?
I think we talked about that
We did?
a little bit. Yeah. So, you know, when we shared the fact that email marketing, you want to balance it out against social media. What I would add to that conversation, and Cecilia, feel free to jump in, is when it comes to email marketing, this is where good old-fashioned copywriting and copy editors come into play. And so when you think about jingles and taglines and things that are memorable, if I were to say, just do it, y'all would know that I'm talking about Nike, right? So that's their tagline. So it's very important that as you are crafting email messages, that the subject line be enticing, encouraging, captivating, because you need people to open the email. The challenge that you'll find a lot of the time nowadays is that people, like me included, I have Outlook, and so I can screen the first 2 or 3 lines of an email message, so I don't even open it. And then if you don't open it, you get dinged by your customer relationship management tool, your CRM tool, as having a low open rate. So you've got to find the right balance of getting an encouraging subject line, something that's going to get people to click, and they have to open your email so that you don't eventually be included or identified as spam. Right. Cecilia, your thoughts?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think there are some studies that talk about how effective email marketing is from a cost effectiveness standpoint. I actually have not seen those numbers in real life, but I think part of it is because when you, I'm sorry, I was distracted by something I saw in the chat. But part of it is because, you know, email marketing is relatively inexpensive, and it does get you in front of people, and it can get you in front of many people. One thing I would say, though, is be careful how you build your list. Email marketing, I have run into folks who will ask, oh, I can buy these emails. Can I use them? Can I just start marketing to them? And the answer to that is actually no. People have to, in some way, agree to get your email. So you do want to use an email marketing tool. You don't want to be using Gmail to email to your list of 1,000 people. This is not the way to go. You should use Constant Contact, Active Campaign, MailChimp, anything out there that will allow you to send properly. But again, not in an unsolicited way.
Absolutely, absolutely. And use more images. And when you are sending that email marketing, test it. Do some A/B testing. You know, only change one thing though. Like, don't change the picture and the subject line and the copy, because then you won't be able to measure the effectiveness of what is and what is not working.
Right.
I just wanted to add that with cybersecurity, with email campaign, you really have to be very thoughtful as a small business, because even if you're using an email campaign platform, your business, your email coming from Gmail, Yahoo, and not your business email could be suspect. The other thing is, if you are going to embed links in that content, and with cybersecurity issues, people are so scared of clicking on links that will bring malware into their hardware. Make sure you have described what that link is and where it's gonna lead and what it's about. So your content communication has to be on point to make sure that people are going to say, well, I'm not clicking on this link because it's gonna bring malware into my, or it's gonna compromise my security into my hardware. So there's a whole, and that's why it's always important to work with companies and with people who are sophisticated at doing this, because trust is a huge issue in digital communication.
And we do have a follow-up question. I think it was based on what you had spoken about, Cheryl. Martina's asking, what are funnels?
Well, a funnel is exactly that, right? A funnel. And so it's where you start big and end up small, where you identify who it is. Like my mother was in my beginning funnel, but my mother doesn't buy from me. So when you have a funnel, you are looking at your prospects. You are looking at, you need to, again, have a strategy. As Cecilia and I have said throughout this hour, it's important that you approach your marketing strategically. And so you have a funnel where you start with the widest breadth. Think of it like a mosquito net, right? And mosquitoes. So, you want to capture as much as you can, and then you want to narrow it down. You want to make sure that you are looking at one product or service, one specific audience member or not. Don't try to be all things to all people at the same time, so that you can eventually have it drop down to where you've got that 2 or 3 individuals who are buying your products and services, and then you'll know what works. So your funnel is a virtual visualization of how you are going to narrow down the larger prospect to the buyer, right? Cecilia, your thoughts?
Yeah, very much the case. I always think of, like, they have a term called AIDA or AIDA, I don't know. At the very top, you have this whole group of people. They're kind of strangers, but they may in fact be aware of your product. Then you have a subset of those people who might actually have an interest in your product. Then there are these people who, I'm interested in it, now I actually really want it. And they engage in a group of behaviors that will indicate that they're really desiring your product. And at the end, there are the actors, the people who buy. Those are the people that you're trying to get to. So obviously you're narrowing down as you go through that. The other thing is that when you're putting together your programs and your campaigns, you may be pitching content to various points in that buyer journey, from basic awareness down to real interest and action. And at the real bottom of the funnel are your recommenders, the people who will go out and proselytize about your business and say, you really need to go and work with Cheryl because she's the greatest. So that's, yeah, there you go. So, and I think about the funnel much. I mean, think about it like when you're buying what they call a considered purchase, a high value purchase, like a car. That's where you begin to see, you think about your process that you use when you're buying a car, because it's, several, tens of thousands of dollars or whatever it is. So you're going to think about that, and you're going to go through a process. And so at the very end, you're left with the people who decide to buy this brand of car. All right.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. And now here's going to be a shameless plug. And Dr. Ndoro did not pay me to say this, but I saw somebody put in the chat, where can you go to learn about this? Right here. Yeah. So the Small Business Development Centers of New Jersey, especially the Rutgers-Newark branch, because we are the best, and I know it's SBDC Day. However, there are a series of free and very low-cost courses. Cecilia teaches several, I teach several. There are other consultants that teach them as well. So anyone who is looking to gather more information about digital marketing and what we are talking about, there are free mini webinars, and then there are very low cost full day webinars where you all can get more, do a deep dive is what we call it, right? So you can take a deep dive. And so I would say go to that website that I see on their screens, the rnsbdc.com. there's a button there, if I remember correctly, that says training or events or something like that. Click on it, look for Cecilia or Cheryl, sign up for our classes, and you will be certain to get access to some of the best digital marketing tips that we have. Okay.
Yes. And we are a bit running out of time, but we do have a question from Facebook. Tesha is asking, how soon in advance should you begin to market a new product, such as a book?
How soon in advance? I would say that it depends on what your marketing goals are. So now with COVID, you used to look for book tours, right? So now there's virtual book tours. So you have to look at the vehicle that you're looking to leverage. If you're looking for a long lead pickup, you need to start that plan sometimes 9 to 12 months in advance. If you're looking to get a segment on a podcast, you need to find out what their production schedule is. If you're looking to solicit pre-sales, then you want to do that before the book is published. If you're looking to get early bird sales and you're sharing that on social, is it news? If it's news, it's happening now. If it's an update, it's already happened. So I would say you need to strategically think about the various tools that you're going to use to market that book and who the audience is. And then each one of those tools has its own timeline associated with it.
Mm-hmm. Great. So we do have a question from Diane. She said, the question is really about marketing funnels. I have attended some of them, yet they seem out of order for me. An email marketing list. I don't have a website and was told by one in marketing I don't need one, and I can just do a landing page. Can someone explain the purpose of landing pages and can I use them versus a website?
Okay, now we know what you're talking about. I think you're talking about this, like a ClickFunnels kind of environment where, you've got an offer. I mean, it's almost like, here's the thing, a funnel is usually designed to try to get to a sale. And what they're trying to do is to get a, how can I put it? You get a person to express interest by downloading a white paper. And then before they leave, you say, but wait, for $10, you can buy this. And then they, ideally would buy that. And then, but wait, for $50, you can buy this. And they start bringing you further and further in to do this. It is kind of a proven way to work, but it really depends on your category. And I know people have had mixed experiences. What I would say though is that if you're running a business and it's not a one product thing, your funnel is not a place to tell a story or give a background or create a relationship. And that's something that your website in conjunction with your social media presence can do for you that a funnel really can't. Funnels are very focused on a thing, and just understand that. Now, if you don't need or want that relationship and you're not going to create continued activity from a person, maybe you could go that route. But I would hesitate to say you don't need a website or a more permanent type of footprint if you're running a business. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, so to build on what Cecilia said, a landing page, let's not forget, it's online, right? And so some people use landing pages instead of a full multi-page website. However, if you've got a one and done, right? And if it's a simple message and you don't really need to explain it, I'm looking to sell this plastic spoon. And so we all know what plastic spoons are used. Well, we don't know what they're used for, but we all know what a plastic spoon is. So if it's a product or a service that doesn't require a lot of background, a lot of explanation, and it's something you want to think about it almost from a retail perspective. We all know that in the retail industry, there's typically a 300 to 400% markup on the cost of the item. And that's why you can see the retailers have their one-day sale, right? And so it's the one day this week that we're going to have this sale. And that's why they can have such huge markdowns. And so in your funnel, if you're going to offer me my spoon for $1, but by the 5th time I go to leave your website, it now only costs me $0.25, right? So you want to make sure you have enough markup in your product, there's enough margin there, and that, as Cecilia mentioned, you don't need a long-term relationship with the end user. They're just there to come, get that item, and then leave.
Yeah, one thing that I would say too, to build on what Cheryl has said, is that I've created websites where, as I told you, I'm focused on telling that story. But the services themselves, if you click on a service page, it may in fact be capable of being a landing page. It's got the contact us form. A transaction can be conducted directly from that page, but it's part of a whole picture for somebody who has multiple services or multiple product lines that they want to feature. So I just think that a landing page is supposed to be very focused. In perfect world, a landing page does not go anyplace else on your website. It's like a cattle chute. You go to the landing page, you can't go anyplace else. And the reason for that is that if they've clicked on the ad that took them there, then you don't want to distract them by giving them the opportunity to go elsewhere. So we're not being nice, and we're not saying, oh, you might as well put it there so they can go visit that. No. You're very focused. You've made the choice that this is important enough for you to try to force their activity on that one account.
Okay, and that's all the time that we have today. Thank you so much, Cecilia and Cheryl, as well as to Dr. Ndoro for sharing your expertise and answering these questions. And a thank you to all of our participants for asking your questions. We really do appreciate it. And for those of you that still have questions based on this topic, I'm going to insert into the chat right now our website where you can request counseling, and you can ask those questions and we will get those answered to you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And everybody have a fabulous rest of the day.
Same here. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so just to transition over, we will be having our next segment, which is actually procurement. So you're able to feel free to stay on to the Zoom Live as we transition over, or you can join back at the time of another segment. So just to briefly remind you of the schedule for today, we have our procurement from 12 to 1. We have our international trade and manufacturing from 1 to 2. We have cybersecurity and e-commerce from 2 to 3. And lastly, we have credit and capital and finance from 3 to 4. So again, thank you to our experts, and we will now transition into procurement.
Actually, international trade.
International trade and manufacturing, my apologies.
No problem. I got it.
Hello, my name is Dr. Tendai Ndoro. I'm the Regional Director for the Rutgers-Newark Small Business Development Center, located right here at Rutgers University. We are one of 12 small business development centers throughout the state of New Jersey. We are not executors, we are not implementers, we are business advisors. We will give the advice to the client, and it's up to them to decide and to execute, because we want the businesses to be actually running their own businesses. But we can give advice, we can do research, we can do studies for them.
This is an opportunity for you to have one-on-one experience with people who are experts in the field of helping businesses get started and growing and really identifying what their market is.
We offer training and technical assistance at no cost or minimum cost to all entrepreneurs and small businesses.
And we work together.
I evaluate, I observe, I assess, because we also want them to be at the cutting edge of what's going on in their fields.
The advantages of the SBDC for businesses are really amazing. And I think some of the group here can send people here, because I know people ask me all the time, well, where do I go? I want to write a marketing plan, what do I do? And this is the place that they really should come.
I have to look at Essex County. I've got two very distinct markets. I've got the suburban market, I've got the urban market. I have to make sure that both of them are getting quality service at the same time, because you are required to analyze that and deliver services to the needs that are in your market. And please be sure to stop at an SBDC near you before you go anywhere else if you're thinking of starting or growing your business in New Jersey. Thank you.
Looking to grow your existing business? The New Jersey SBDC network can help. Our no-cost growth acceleration services provide in-depth consulting to assess your financials, optimize your performance, uncover new opportunities, and accelerate business growth. Ready to grow? Visit us online to get started on your path to success today.
For existing businesses, whether you've been in business for 3 years or 30 years, I also think that you'll find the resources here at the Rutgers-Newark SBDC very valuable. Everything from getting certified, from understanding the new tax code, to understanding how to market your business. I personally am one of the consultants for the digital marketing and provide lots of advice and guidance and counsel on the best ways to leverage social media channels, the best ways to leverage your digital marketing campaigns, and making sure that everything is integrated. The Small Business Development Center offers startup organizations the opportunities to learn about establishing a business, about putting together a business plan, and really about identifying and gathering the resources that you need to be successful. And I would say that if anybody is curious about how the Rutgers-Newark SBDC can help them grow their business, they only need to come to one session, they only need to participate in one webinar, they only need to really look at the website to find out the multitude of opportunities that are available.
All right. We're back. Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome.
We are about to start our new segment on international trade, private labeling, and manufacturing. So we're just giving everyone an opportunity to get situated here. Takoa, it's all yours.
Okay, so good afternoon again to everyone. At this time, we will now begin our international trade and manufacturing segment. So for those of you here that are now joining us, this is a Q&A live. But before we begin, now a few opening remarks from our Regional Director, Dr. Tendai Ndoro. Your mic, Dr. Ndoro.
Thanks, Takoa, and I want to welcome everybody to SBDC Day, Ask the Experts, and welcome my friend Carmen Morris, who is a great expert for us in various spaces, actually. She handles our international trade, she handles our manufacturing, she handles our sales. So she has a golden set of skills that help our small businesses. And I just want to make sure that everybody who is joining us here is opening to ask any questions. There are no silly questions or small questions. And like I said before, you are asking questions to small businesses that actually do this in their in real life, and that they live off their businesses. So they are not going to give you cookie cutter or theoretical references or case studies, because they are actually working with small businesses and that's what they do. And they are truly seasoned experts. And I want to give it back to our moderator, Tekoa, so that she can introduce our speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Ndoro. So similarly to our previous segments, we will be taking questions via the Q&A feature here on Zoom. You can also raise your hand, and the button is located next to the chat icon, and we will allow you to use your microphone to ask your questions, or you can just put it into the chat. And for those of you that are streaming via Facebook, you can also ask your questions there as well, and we will have our expert here answer. So again, the segment is called International Trade and Manufacturing, and we do have our expert here today to answer your questions, Carmen Morris. Carmen is a consultant at the NJSBDC at Rutgers-Newark. And now without further ado, I will now turn the segment over to Carmen to tell her a bit about herself as well as her area of expertise.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for attending this SBDC Day today. Now, I'm out of the country, so if I lose you, I have backup. I'll just log right back in. As she said, my name is Carmen Morris. I am the international trade consultant for the SBDC in Newark. I have been in international trade, oh gosh, a little bit over 30 years, and I've learned it by trial and error. I learned it when there weren't all these resources available that we have today. And today I run an operation, very successful operation, even from home. This is why it's so key for you guys to listen today, to know that even if you are a small business, you can just go ahead and start your export and import business from the comfort of your home. But anyway, as she said, my name is Carmen Morris. I will be your instructor for today. Any question, there is no silly question. Anyone can just ask anything. If I don't know the answer, there's people sitting out there somewhere that can back me up and just jump in and go ahead and give your input. I'm just going to start by saying that international trade is taking your business to other markets. It's not as hard as people think it is. I might make it sound easier because I've been doing it for so many years, but you can start. The advantages that we have today is that you can start very small, and that there are tons of resources out there to support you in the process. So as we go along with the question, you can let me know, Takara, if there are any questions right now that I should just go ahead and jump into, so that we can, since we have to cover two segments, the manufacturing aspect of it and the import and export of it.
Okay, will do. Okay, so just to start off the questions, we have a common question here. What is international trade?
Well, international trade is just you doing business outside of the country in which you are located in. It's just you either bringing any business into the country or sending it out of the country, exporting it and importing it. That's what constitutes international trade. Now, within international trade, there are things that you need to know and become familiar with, which is the global economy. You need to understand that if you are doing business with another country, you need to know how well they're doing. And I'm going to discuss some of those areas here today, how well they're doing, what's the political stability of the country. You just have to do some research to be able to go ahead and tap into those other markets. But all international trade is you doing business outside of the country in which your business is located.
Okay, great. So the next question is, should my business be open to international trade?
Sure. See, the United States, we in the US have the leverage already that our products are trusted in other countries. Those of you who are listening today that are from another country understand that if you have a product that is made in the US right away, it costs more and it has more credibility. So we in the US, we are known for sound business practice because we are more regulated than many other countries. That makes us that much better, in a better position to do business with other countries. And people want to do business with us in other countries. One of the things I recommend for people to do is when they travel, or if you're in business and you travel somewhere and you're thinking of doing business in that particular country, that you visit the US Embassy. in that particular country because they have what is called a list of businesses and delegates that they want to do business with American companies. And that way you can also tap into that. But it is very simple for any small business to go ahead and say, yes, let me just try this. No matter how small you can start, I say that this is one way for you to go ahead and make that decision right now. Right now, let me just tell you something. Right now, there is not a better time because we are doing everything literally virtually. There is not a better time to start getting your business ready to tap into other markets than the time in which we are living in today.
Okay, so our next question is, what is customs and what is its role in international trade?
Customs is what regulates. It's what regulates the tariffs and the fees that you have to pay for the products and that are coming into the US at any point in time. This is the reason why many of the products that you bring into the US should be classified, because you can right away you can know or can have an estimate of how much is going to cost you for that product to enter the United States, or even doing it for your clients for that product to leave the United States. What is going to be, it's an easier way to calculate what is called landed cost. Landed cost is what is your product costing you in your warehouse from wherever it's coming from or wherever you're sending it. If customs, they have a website, by the way. They have a website in which they give you a list of all the information that you need. You can go to export.gov and go on the customs, and you will see all the information that you need concerning that. But customs, it's what regulates the borders of any product that comes into the US. They literally tell you how much it's going to cost you. You will find out everything. You will find the rules and regulations. And many people, sometimes you have to use brokers to clear products if you're bringing it into the United States. And then they will handle that aspect of it. But it's good for you to know so that you know what to expect.
Okay, our next question is, what is the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on global trade?
Very much. But you know what? In all of it, we can look at it as a good thing. It's a bad thing that happened, but it's also a good thing because it has forced many of us in business. It has pushed people to doing business in a way that they're not used to. It have pushed a lot of people saying, okay, now we have to sell products online. Now everything is online. Now what do I do? What do I order from? Where's my supplier? So the coronavirus, COVID has pushed many of us, pushes into the international trade aspect because everybody now is looking to do business anywhere, not only in the United States. And we have seen the need. We have seen that there are even many trade agreements that are being modified to fit the condition that we are in right now. And this is when one place that you can go is on the FTA website. You can find out a lot of information also about that. But right now, the COVID situation has pushed many, many businesses to do business in other markets. Because we cannot just, if you just seclude yourself to the market in which you operate, you are missing out on about 85% of the world's purchasing power, which means that you're losing out on all those buyers. So it's a great thing. It's a bad thing that happened to us because we all kind of skipped 2020. Is like people ask you, what did you do last year? And you're like, you kind of confused because it flew over us. But international trade, you can go ahead and tap into it right now. This is a better time. And COVID, although it's an unfortunate situation that happened, it's something that we can go ahead and leverage the platform that have been set up for us now to go and tap into other markets.
So our next question is, I think my company's product would be successful in other countries, but I'm not sure how to get started in international business. Is there help for new exporters?
Definitely. If you're not sure if your product will fit into any market, there's a way you can start doing research. And now we're very limited to travel. So it's not easy to just get on a plane and say, well, let me go do research in this market. In the US, we have so many resources and so much information available to us that you can you can reach out to the Department of Commercial Services. That's what they're there for. They're there to assist our businesses in other countries. They have many programs, the Golden Key program, that in which they match you with your product with a buyer. So in order for you to understand whether your company is ready or not, the first thing that you need to do is you have to create your product. And when I say product, I'm going to say also product or services, because sometimes we don't think that our services can be exported. I export services to 32 countries. I teach in many other countries. So that's also considered exporting. One of the main products that are being right now required in other countries is training services, accounting, telecommunications, and many communications services, cybersecurity classes. All these things are very now being requested from other countries, especially developing markets. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about developing markets. But if you do want to know if your company or product it's ready to go international, the first thing you need to do is create that product and match it with a specific country. How do you match it with a specific country? On our webinar, we have one webinar that's called Leveraging Global Markets. I explain how you can go and start doing your research and choosing a country. I specifically gear to the countries where I have been during the webinar. But if you are from a specific country that you already know the culture, you already know the political situation in that country, you can just go ahead and make research and finding out the financial situation of that country by looking at their GDP, going back 3 years, seeing what is the yearly percentage of imports or export into that country, and you see what's happening. So then you're also going to research what are the services or products that are needed. Let me give you an example. The first time I started doing business in West Africa, I went to Ghana. I normally go, I take a day, and when I visit any country, and I normally go to the supermarket or the nicest shopping mall, and I observe. I look at what's not on the shelf, and I try to put it on the shelf. So I started dealing with one product that I know in the container in which it came in, it was not affordable for that particular region. So I needed to modify the packaging of that product to match it with that audience. So that's how I started in West Africa. And if you have a service or you have a product that you're developing, and the beauty of it, and if it says made in USA, you already have to leverage, and it's like gold in your hands. This is what we call it. So you can just go ahead and start making the research one step at a time. Develop your product, develop your service. Find who to match it with. You could do it either way, because I say develop your product or your services, because most time we start with things that we are experiencing, with things that are already in existence. But if you are developing a product, or if you look into a country and you see that there is a need, for example, let me give you an example. In Colombia, I made the research that the women who use the most keratin, which is a treatment on the hair, were in Colombia and Spain and in Italy. And I said, okay, well, then I speak Spanish. So I chose to research Colombia. So I started exporting keratin, which is a hair treatment, to Colombia about 15 years ago, when it all started getting like really, really as a trend. keratin and the hair, most of the in the beauty industry. So I made the research in Colombia, and then once I was in Colombia, guess what I found out? I found out that Peru was an emerging market. Then Venezuela, who had a lot of issues coming up, was right there. But also those women, 97% of them took care of their hair using this product. So I took advantage of that in those years, and I was very successful with that. And then I started finding other products, and I did very well in that region with beauty products. So I say all this, and I tell you the story so that you can know that you may just start with something that you already know or you already use, and find who manufactures it, and then you can just go ahead and ship it, or you can develop the product yourself or the service and match it with a specific country depending on the need. And all that information, the good thing about it is that all that information in the US is available to us. Outside of the US, it's not. It's very, very difficult for you to gather data and information in other countries unless it's a developed country. For instance, now the Department of Commercial Services also offers you reports that you can purchase from them if you're doing your research. So you can contact them and see where to get started with your product or service today.
Okay, and we do have a question in the Q&A feature from Dare.
I hope I wasn't too long on that question.
No, it was great. It was great. We have a question from Dare, and they're asking, does this mean if I'm in South America and I want to import fruit and other produce, I can easily connect with suppliers by visiting the America Embassy in that country?
Are you a citizen? Are you in did the person say if I'm in South America?
No, they didn't say. Well, it seems like it was a just a question. Let me see.
Okay, now okay. Anything that is agriculture needs a license. Okay, first you need to understand that. Anything that is within agriculture, you need a license. And it's not that it's difficult to obtain, but you need to first register that particular product in that country where you want to export or import. And all that information is available to you at export.gov. So you can go to export.gov and get that information. If only certain products need a license, not everything needs a license. Like software, manufacturers, pharmaceuticals, and agricultures, all those things need a license to be exported.
And actually, Dare responded that I'm a U.S. citizen.
Okay, so then go to the embassy, get in contact with commercial services. First, make sure that you have the product and what is it? Is it bananas? Is it lemon? I'm right now somewhere doing a deal on lemons. So, so is it lemons? Is it bananas? Is it plantains? Whatever it is that you are exporting to another country. Listen, the beauty of it is sometimes I could be in the US. I don't even see the product. I take the product from one country, put it in another country. And once you become familiar with all the regulations and everything, then it's a very simple process. But yes, you can.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Carmen. Our next question is, I want to get started in the skincare industry. Is it better to manufacture my own proprietary brand or private label someone's skincare product?
That's if you could go either way. If you do someone else's, you're just doing like what is called a drop ship. They manufacture it for you. They pick it up from their warehouse. They ship it to your customers, and it has all your information. The client would never know. You have an agreement with whoever label you're representing, and that's it. It's a simple process. Now, if you're doing your own private label, which to me, it'll make more sense if you want to start branding yourself in another country, all you got to do is create the product. Of course, it has to be regulated with the labeling and everything. There is a process. This is why if you need assistance, if you are ready to do this already, I suggest that you call our center and sit down with a counselor who will take you through the process. If it's skincare product, it needs to be formulated. You need to start from there. What is it that you're putting together? Because all that has to be detailed in the label, and it's depending on the country and where it's going to. Also, because different countries have different regulations as to how they want their labels. That's including the US. So for you to do that, you need to take one step at a time. But yes, you could go either way. I've done both. I've done both.
Okay, and we have someone who just asked a follow-up question. What is private labeling?
Private labeling is just maybe if you've been to Walmart and you see the family deal is a family deal at Walmart, and it's not Kellogg's, and it's not all those are private label. Like Nike is a private label because it belongs to someone, one company. If you decide to develop something and you want to put your name on it, it's your private label because it is yours. They can only get it through you. They cannot get it through anyone else. It's just a label. See this water? Cool Heaven. So Cool Heaven, that's their label. That's their name. And that's who distributes it. So if I want to sell Cool Label in my store, I contact them because and then I'll sell their private label. But all there is in private label is that you are the owner of proprietorship of that particular name and brand.
Our next question is from Robert. Robert is asking, is it an advantage doing business with India and Pakistan in regards to the current currency exchange rate in that country?
Pakistan? No. Okay. There is India, yes. But Pakistan right now, no. The exchange rate, it's always good to us as US dollars because the US dollar is always above. So this is why you have to calculate the currency rate and how much is it fluctuating, because it can affect your client. Me in the US, it doesn't affect me because my dollar is always above that particular currency. However, when you're sending, let's say your client is in India and it's what is it, 150 rupees? I don't know what it is right now, but if the client is in India and you exporting to the client and the currency is fluctuating 10 points, 15 points, which is very rare, it doesn't happen from day to night. It can happen when something dramatic happens in a country and boom, things start going up. But currency fluctuation, if you go and you look at it, how much it fluctuates during a month, which is not a lot, maybe 1 cent, 20 cents, it's not a lot. I never have a problem with it, unless something is about to crash in that particular country, and which it only happens to me once in 20 years. So I don't think you should worry about that, because especially in most of these developing markets, they're all backed up by the World Bank and the global, who manages the global economy. So I don't think you should worry about that. Especially if you're doing business in US dollars. All of my business is done in US dollars, by the way. Let me just explain that to you. That the only person that is going to be affected if the currency fluctuates is the person on the other end who's receiving from you, because their cost increase if the currency increases. But if it decreases and they have already paid you, then it's a problem. But if it decreases and it's on the way, this is why I don't do, I take the money up front. It has to come up front so that everything is clear. This is what it was here. This is what it is now. This is what it was then, and this is what it is now. So you just don't worry too much about that, because especially in nowadays, things are done pretty fast. You don't wait 3-4 weeks for a letter of credit. You just do your transactions directly from your bank. So I don't think you should worry too much about that, but you should study the currency of the country in which you are doing business. Because if you're doing, let's say you're sourcing for one client and you're sourcing a product in Malaysia, and the product is going to Canada. So you need to understand in the transition what it can cost your client, so that you can tell them these are the chances that this particular deal may cost you this amount of money, or this container may, by the time it gets here, by the time the vessels get from point A to point B, there may be some a little different, but it's never a lot. So you shouldn't worry. Things are happening pretty fast now.
Okay, Dr. Ndoro, you have your hand raised.
Yes, and I just to add that when you're doing international trade, it cannot be arbitrary, because you might like to do business in a certain country, and the cost of doing business, exporting or importing from that country, could be much higher. So one of the things that we recommend is follow US trade agreements with certain countries, because if they have a trade agreement, and I would say that don't listen sometimes to the hype of what they are saying about a country, because when it comes to international trade, they could be saying, for example, China is this, yet China, when you import from China, you pay less in customs duty on certain products because they have a trade agreement than, let's say, a country like India, that they say it's our friend, and they don't have any trade agreements in place with our government. So when you are looking at international trade, it's all business. You might do business with countries that are not our friends, but we have agreements in place. And at the end of the day, it costs you less. That's why doing your resource, talking to the Department of Commerce, talking to the embassies is very important to understand what is the trade agreement with those countries. You might not want to do trade with a country that has got sanctions. The US has imposed sanctions on that country, because it's going to be very difficult to either get your things out of here or get your things into the US, because that country has got sanctions with the US. So there's a whole other thing that you have to keep in mind. It's not just, I feel like doing business, even with Latin American countries. Some have got very good trade agreements and some don't. So, and some may have not so good trade agreements, and your cost of doing business in that country may be much higher than you would have benefited doing it in another country. But everything boils down to research and know your geography and your environment.
Let me just piggyback on that, Dr. Ndoro. Now that you mentioned in terms of trade agreement, you can go to the FDA and you can read many of the different trade agreements, but there are countries that you are not supposed to do business with at all. There is a list to come out on Mondays, and this is strictly your responsibility. You will be banned from exporting or importing forever. There is no excuse. If these countries have if they have an embargo, if these countries are not, we call it the red list in the industry. So if these countries are on this list, it is strictly your responsibility to go check that you're not doing business with. It happened to me with a shipment that was going to the Netherlands. From the Netherlands, the person was sending it to Iran. At that point, we couldn't do business with Iran. So I got the phone call, but I got the phone call earlier because my broker said, hey, somebody's requesting entrance of the keratin that is on the label, the private label, to the Netherlands. And then somebody is requesting to Iran. And I had to make sure that I gave my declaration and everything before it happened. Had that happened, that was my responsibility because it was a half of a container that went somewhere, but it was being diverted. So you have to make sure that in your contract, if you are doing a private label or if you're shipping a container to one of these other countries, that you specify and stipulate in the contract that this shipment is strictly to be used or to be or not to be used in certain countries. So you need to stipulate it. After that, I learned. So this is something that is strictly your responsibility. You cannot say I didn't know, because no one comes and tell you, hey, this is what the list changed. You cannot do business with Venezuela or Colombia, whatever the country is anymore. As the countries come on that list, you have to find out.
Okay, and we have a question from Divine. Divine is asking, I am from Ghana. What products would you suggest I start with?
Oh my God, there is so much needed in Ghana. I've sold a lot of hair products in Ghana. I've sold feminine hygiene in Ghana, which is one of the packagings that I had to reproduce. I cannot tell you a specific product because you will have to go ahead and make that research. And if you're from there, look, I have a client in the US, which is something like very, very interesting. We have a client in the United States that has never been to West Africa and is dominating. And as a matter of fact, he's a client from the SBDC that has never been to West Africa and is dominating that area, West Africa, Nigeria, Togo, Ghana, all down the line. And that person has never even been to Africa and even has an operation there with a factory producing products. And guess what products they're producing? The fufu, gari, all of the different products that are sold in the different supermarkets. And you even get those products in the US also as well. But you do your research. If you are from there, wonderful. Then you should know before you travel to the United States, what were things that you desire when you were there? Start thinking in that line. Are you going to cater to women? Are you going to, is it men? Is it mothers? Is it teenagers? I started with my product. I started with college students in Accra. I went to the campus. I gave 30-day supply to 20 people. They started using it. Guess what? They were looking for it because the product was good and I gave them samples. So that's one way I started there.
Okay,
but
we
you
have
do your research.
Okay, thank you,
Go
Carmen.
ahead.
We have one question from an anonymous person. They're asking, is there any ways to get a list of import and export items based on the country? I am in the US.
Okay, and Mr. or Mrs. Anonymous, like I just, products, it's based on need. Research, what country, it depends on the country that you want to export to. One good point of reference and one tip that I can give you is to see what is trending, research what is coming in and out of that country on a yearly basis. Where is it gearing to? Because you don't want to go into things that are saturating the market already. You just be one more in the marketplace, unless you have something different that you can differentiate yourself with. But you can start by making your list and narrowing it to one product, because I don't recommend that you start sending a lot of products. Narrow it to one product. Once you are successful with that particular product, then you can move on to other products and add more to the list. But just narrow it to one. Start with one, and you can start with a dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen, in which you just go ahead and ship it out, and you take it yourself to the UPS, whatever form of shipment you're going to use. What I find a lot in a lot of people is that they're using different ways to send, like, especially in other countries. I have a person from Colombia, a client from Colombia, that ships different boxes out of Miami. And it's just one box, one tall box with, in a shipment that is consignment, in which they just buy a little space in the container with a freight forwarder, a company, and then they go from there. But as much as me giving you a list of products, no, I can't. You're going to have to do your research and find different products and then narrow it down to one. I do recommend that you start with one, not a whole bunch of products that you're not going to be able to follow up. Find one manufacturer. You can do drop ship if that's what you wish, or if you're developing the product or service. You can start, I have been invited to a lot of webinars in different countries in which, although they are paid, to me, sometimes I don't accept it because of the time consuming, the time that it takes for me to do it, that is not worth it. But for someone who's starting in training and selling different courses online, that might be something that you also want to do. But it depends on the need, and you have to do your research on it.
And we do have a follow-up question from Divine. She's asking, can you share your email address for future questions?
Sure. CarmenForrest@gmail.com. If you can also contact me at the office. What I recommend is that you go ahead and sign up for counseling.
Yeah.
And go ahead, go online. You can give them the instructions. Sign up for counseling. I will give you an assessment, a free assessment of your business, and tell you the next steps and make recommendations. So that's the first thing I recommend for you to do.
Yes, I'm actually going to I'm sorry, go ahead, Carmen.
You give them the information on how to go ahead and sign up for counseling. And just give me 1 minute because I have to look at one message, please. Go ahead. Take care.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Your mute is off, Takoa.
Sorry about that. I'm actually going to put our website in the chat so that you're able to request the counseling or the consulting with Carmen. That's actually the best way to reach out to any of the experts during this live Q&A event today. And I will also put our email address in the chat in just a moment. So feel free to visit the website. On the top right-hand corner of the website, we have a request for counseling button. And clicking on that button will lead you to fill out a form, including the specific assistance you're needing with your business. Or if you have any questions, you can put that question into that section. And within 24 to 48 business hours, a consultant or an expert will reach out to you for an assessment.
In the meantime, can we have any other questions for this segment? We're going to get ready to wrap up soon, so we'll go through the last remaining questions.
Okay, I'm back here. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Are there any questions?
I think there's 2 more from earlier.
Yeah, there are one more. Let me see. There's 2 more, but let's read the first one. Dare again is asking, what can I bring in from India to sell in America?
Oh my God, you have a lot of beautiful things to bring from India. A lot of beautiful things to bring from India. I remember, as long as it's not agriculture or software development, but it's services. Guys, I use a lot of services in India right now myself. as a small business. There's a lot of services that you can outsource from India into the US, and you'll be the point of contact in the US. But I can't tell you, again, I cannot give you that information right here on this platform. I would rather you set up an appointment. I can give you ideas and recommendations. I will not tell you exactly what to do or what to bring. You need to do the research and match the product with match the product or service with the audience that you need.
Okay, our next question is, I feel like it is more expensive to produce products in the USA. Besides shipping costs, what advantages are there for producing products domestically versus sourcing it to China?
The advantage is always cost. Always remember, the lower your cost, the higher your profit. So if you're producing in China, remember that there's also ways in which you can produce the product and not have it to say made in China or in another country, because it goes by percentage. And this is something we can also discuss during a conversation that we will have if you have a particular product in mind. If it's, there's a ratio that if it's 35 produced outside and then the other percentage is produced in the US, then, you can go ahead and label it as US made. So there's a threshold, there is a percentage that you can bring the raw material in from another country and produce it in the US. Now, it is more costly to produce products in the US. That is why the product costs more, because it says made in the US. And it has that much quality, thought in people's thought, it's that much better. Isn't necessarily that much better. You can produce very, very good products overseas. You can produce very high quality in overseas. Like, let's look at the designers, for example. Stuff you pay $5,000 or $1,000 for a handbag, you think is made in the US? No, it's made somewhere else. Somewhere else, like China sometimes. So it's a decision that you just have to make and outweigh. But there are opportunities that there are products that you can produce at a very small quantity in the US that you can go ahead and putting it together and saying, okay, now this is US made. But there is a cost to it, and you're absolutely right. And it's a decision that you have to do based on the need and what is it that you really want to do. Does it have to say made in the US? Then it has to be made in the US, but guess what? You're going to pay more for it. If they're made in China, you can produce very good products, not only in China, in many other different countries, even India. But then you have to calculate and count in and factor in the cost of transportation that you're going to have to add to that product. Because if you're making a product that is $10 in the US and it's $15, let's say in India, but by the time it's landed, let's say it's $10 in the US and it's $5 in India, but by the time you have your landed price from India, it's going to cost you $15 of landed price, then it doesn't make sense. Then it makes sense for you to make it in the US, and you have to leverage over US made product and maybe a better quality also as well.
Okay, our next question is, how can I verify suppliers I find online to produce my products? I'm afraid to pay these factories on Alibaba because I've heard about people getting scammed.
Yes, you will get scammed. If you're not familiar, I've been on Alibaba for 20 years. I've been a gold supplier also for many years. So if you're not familiar with Alibaba, stay away from it. Stay away from it because you can get scammed. And in the Chinese method, you have to pay ahead. And once you pay ahead, when that product gets to you, which I'm sure many of you have experienced that, it looks nothing like what you saw online. So this is how I deal with people on Alibaba. It has to be a verified gold supplier. If not, you don't do business with them. If it's a gold supplier, it's fine. And it has to be a gold supplier for more than 3 years for me to even do business with them. And Alibaba has a platform and a system that they will verify the supplier for you. So you don't have to be scared of that once you've gone through that process. But just don't go ahead and order anything on Alibaba unless you know who you're dealing with, because you're gonna get scammed.
Okay, our next question is there a way to get a list of potential customers in overseas markets or find trade leads?
Yes, you can talk to the Department of Commercial Services. They will assist you with that, where they match you with different clients. They have a program that is called the Buyers Program, and they match your product with a buyer. Only that you have to be at a different level in terms of sale. I think they request that, but you can start by setting up an appointment with us, and we can set you up with that. We can give you the ways in which you can do it.
Okay, great. And we are nearing the end of our panel, but we'll just ask one more question. Divine is asking, can I use AliExpress instead of Alibaba?
You're doing the same thing. AliExpress, the only difference between AliExpress and Alibaba is the AliExpress, it's more on a small quantity, retail. I mean, it's supposed to be wholesale, but it's not. They can send you a few pieces. But Alibaba is just for wholesalers and manufacturers at a larger quantity. Can you do it? You have to go through the same process. They have to be verified through their platform. If not, I don't do business with them. But Alibaba is becoming more secure through the process of verification.
Okay, I just wanted to add in regards to many of these questions we receive in. Apart from the one-on-one consultation that you can receive here at the SBDC, we also have a number of webinars and resources that are available to those that want to get into, whether it's international trade, private labeling, or any of the questions that were asked here. Regarding the last question, we have a webinar coming up on pre-qualifying online vendors and suppliers, which Carmen also is the presenter for, and that will go into details with doing that. So instead of venturing off on your own and getting scammed or anything like that, that would be a really good workshop for you to attend, to get the know-how of what to ask, what to look for, and on other ways to source these suppliers and vendors. We also have webinars called Leveraging Global Resources, where Carmen will go in detail into, how you can export or add or even import with your products or find new markets. And these webinars are offered to you at no cost. We also have one more on launching your private labeling. That's done by Nellie Reyes. Unfortunately, Nellie was not able to make it today, but that's a really, really good webinar where she kind of gives you some ideas or ways in which you can get into that market where you don't have to have a proprietary product. You can simply find someone that's already doing it, and as Carmen says, slap your label on it. And it all comes down to marketing and sales. And then if you're struggling with sales, we have the art of closing sales. So Carmen also teaches that webinars, and these are all at no cost. We have them several times per year. So visit the website at www.rnsbdc.com. Click on the training tab and see when these webinars that I just spoke about are coming up on the schedule, and sign up. And we all live in busy lives, so you are able to sign up and get the recording if you happen to miss that webinar. So please do take advantage of that. Back to you, Tekoa.
Thank you, Priscilla. I also want to thank you, Carmen, for sharing your expertise with us today and for your time. Thank you. And
hope to see you on one of those future webinars.
Yes, thank you, Carmen.
Bye-bye.
So at this time, we'll now begin transitioning over to our next segment, which is called Cybersecurity and Ecommerce. So again, thank you to our participants for asking your questions. Really do appreciate it. And thank you to Dr. Enduro again for taking the time to answer some questions as well. So if you are in need of one-on-one business consulting, like Priscilla said, I did just include the websites and the links into the chat. So feel free to click on that. And just to briefly remind you again of the schedule today, what's left, we have the cybersecurity and e-commerce after this one, which is at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. And lastly, we have the credit, capital, and finance segment, which is from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. So thank you again, everyone, and we will now begin transitioning into our cybersecurity and e-commerce segments.
Looking to expand your existing business? Research shows that 95% of the world's customers are located outside the United States. The New Jersey SBDC Network International Trade Services serve as catalyst to help businesses tap into international markets. Our international trade specialists provide one-on-one consulting, strategic research, market planning, and training to help companies develop and deliver their products and services to overseas markets. Ready to go global? Visit us online to get started on your path to success today.
Hi everybody, my name's Holly Kaplansky, and I'm thrilled to be here with all you terrific women business owners. I own the Minuteman Press in downtown Newark, and I've been in business there. I've owned that shop for about 13 years. I'm on the advisory board for the Rutgers University SBDC, which is a great organization. I want to talk about that a little bit, if I may. The advantages of the SBDC for businesses are really amazing. And I think some of the group here can send people here, because I know people ask me all the time, well, where do I go? You know, I want to write a marketing plan. What do I do? And this is the place that they really should come.
Holly was our Success Award winner. And in her case, she is an exemplary advocate for other small businesses, and she's so involved, etc.
So the SBDC offers amazing training courses, everything from how to do marketing and a business plan, right on through to financial analysis and QuickBooks. Another advantage of the SBDC is you have the opportunity to meet people, network with other businesses, which is really invaluable because you can learn a lot that way. They have WEN breakfasts, which are women entrepreneurs, and you can hear the story of amazing women business owners, what they've done, what's worked, what hasn't worked. And all of this is at little or no cost to businesses, so it really is a terrific program. I've been through many of the training sessions and I've really learned a lot. It's truly helped my business grow. So it's my privilege to be out in the community talking to business owners about all the advantages of being associated with the SBDC.
At the New Jersey SBDC Network, our mission is simple: to help businesses grow and succeed. Our consulting, training, and information services make it easier for businesses to reach their potential. Whether you're currently in operation or just starting out, we have the right tools, resources, and expertise to help you succeed. Visit us online to get started on your path to success today.
So my name is Dana Camalanda. I am CEO/owner of Love Yourself Massage, LLC. I am a licensed massage therapist. I've been a licensed massage therapist for a little over 11 years. I'm a graduate from the Swedish Institute in New York City. I also have a bachelor's in social science from St. Peter's University in Jersey City, New Jersey. After 20 years of working in the corporate healthcare industry, I left my corporate job to pursue my business full-time. Love Yourself Massage is a therapeutic wellness business. We offer massage therapy services from Swedish massage to reflexology. I also specialize in lymphatic drainage massage therapy, and that service helps clients who may suffer from any form of cancer, lymphedema, or edema, or any client who just want to do an overall body detoxification. And also I have a e-commerce CBD wellness store where I sell CBD tincture products, muscle creams, and CBD edibles. So the SBDC provides an ecosystem of business professionals who guide me in expanding my business, whether it's marketing, finance, business certifications. They provide everything an entrepreneur needs to succeed. One of my consultants, Jenny, she is helping me with my business to be certified in the state of New Jersey. So she's making sure that I'm dotting on my I's, crossing on my T's, taking me step by step through the process of all the paperwork and documentation that I need. If I did not go through the SBDC, I would totally be lost. So the SBDC, it just helps guide you through every step of the way, making sure that everything you need, all the documentations, certifications, they help assist you and provide you with guidance. I love the SBDC because it helps me to transition from employee to employer. I wish a happy SBDC Day to the staff at Rutgers-Newark.
These are resources that are available that were not available 20 years ago. I've been in business 35 years, and I say that if I had all these services back then, it would have made it a whole lot easier. At this center, we provide not only seminars, we provide different workshops in different aspects of your business, and these services are provided to the local community in Essex County. We also assist them in preparing them to get access to capital in the different local banks. And these are services that are available to the small business community that are provided for free, most of the services. And even if you're taking the workshops, it's at a very low cost. So I suggest that everyone takes advantage of this. This is a great service, it's a great center here. We're located at 25 James Street in Newark. Bring your business here, come and see what we have to offer, and you will not regret it.
All right, and we're back. How's everyone doing? Thanks for sticking with us. We're winding down, but we're getting better as we go through our schedule today. We're now getting ready to go into our cybersecurity and e-commerce segment. And might I say, congratulations and thank you to the participants, because I'm looking at this number and it's going up. Usually we go down as we progress during the day. So thank you so much for sticking with us all day in celebrating SBDC Day and learning about the services and resources that the SBDC can offer you and your business. Okay, so before we get into today's segments, I'm going to give the opportunity to our director, Dr. Tenda Ndoro, to again introduce you to into the segment and tell you a little bit more about the center. Dr. Ndoro?
Okay, thank you very much, Priscilla. And I just want to say welcome, everybody. And it's a great, great opportunity and a pleasure to have you join us for SBDC Day, which is actually a national celebration of small businesses and the work that the Small Business Development Center, which is a national program, does. I also am so delighted about our Ask the Experts, because today we have an opportunity to meet our center consultants who are experts in all their different fields. And one of the things that I always hear small businesses thinking and saying is, what do I need cybersecurity for? Or even before COVID, nobody was thinking too much about e-commerce and pivoting their business to sell online as the main driver of their business model. And today we have Michelle and Nalit, who are experts at cybersecurity. And because we are also online, we have Ahmet, who's our expert on e-commerce and their platforms and how you can get on it and how you can get started, because this is important to small businesses. And I can't emphasize enough that when you're operating and running your business in virtual spaces and on a digitally, you need to have the protections that you need, whether it's on your desktop, whether it's on your mobile. And sometimes as small businesses, we think cybersecurity is this big thing that you have to focus on. So I am so proud and so delighted to have our three experts here join us, and you can ask them any questions you want. And they're doing it in their everyday lives. They're also business owners, and they do deliver information that is practical, that is realistic, because that is based on experience, because they're doing it every day. So welcome, everybody.
You're muted, Priscilla.
Thank you. Okay, so before we get into the segment, I just like to remind everyone, this is a live Q&A session. So please feel free to ask your questions. This is what today is all about. And you can do this in a number of ways. We have the Q&A feature here in Zoom. You can ask a question there. You can also use the chat box, although sometimes it gets a little bit cumbersome with a lot of questions. If you find that we skipped your questions, head over to the Q&A. You can also raise your hand, especially if you have a lot of follow-ups on your questions, and it's easier for you to voice your questions via audio. Raise your hand and we'll enable audio for you. And if you are watching this via our Facebook live stream, you can also pop your question in the comment. We'll ask the question for you. So please keep those questions coming. So as Dr. Ndora says, we have three experts here. We have Ahmet Agdag. He is the owner of Strymont Consulting and an e-commerce consulting company. We also have Nalit Patel of All Solutions Inc. Deals with technology and security, cybersecurity company, as well as Michelle Schaap from Michelle. Now we fight. I can't pronounce your business name, but I'm glad you have it in the background there, so I don't have to pronounce it today. But I say CSG, which is a law firm here in West Orange, New Jersey. And so I'll give the experts an opportunity to introduce themselves. Tell you a little bit about themselves and about their expertise and what they do here at the SBDC. So let's start off with Michelle.
Priscilla, thank you so much, and thank you to the SBDC. I'm delighted to be here with you all this afternoon. The firm's name is pronounced Chiesa, Shahinian, and Giantomasi. CSG is much easier. I eat, sleep, and breathe cybersecurity, data protection, and privacy, and I like to refer to myself as the queen of paranoia. And as Priscilla said, for small businesses, oftentimes I hear, I'm too small, I'm not a target, it's not in the budget. But here's the problem. Being out of business next year because of a hack is not in the budget either. So the three of us are here with you, and the SBDC is here for you today to give you resources, to give you information that is in fact cost effective for small businesses to understand what you need to do, not only by law, but to protect your business, to protect your crown jewels, to protect your customers. And particularly if you're going to e-commerce, again, understanding what you need to do. You can't simply cut and paste the privacy policy from Amazon.com and say, okay, I'm good to go. Aside from the fact that that's plagiarism, I suspect that most small businesses do not have the cybersecurity resources that an Amazon.com has. So we are here to answer your questions, to educate you on what are best practices, what are your legal requirements, what type of cyber insurance you should be thinking about, should you be thinking about cyber insurance, and other things that go bump in the night that you can't see.
All right, great. Nalit?
I'm going to start and ask a simple question. We have this big words, cybersecurity. I'm going to break it down into small, understandable words and meanings. How many people get emails today that they don't recognize who it is from and be tempted to click, and all the bad magic voodoo starts happening when you do that? How many people see offers which are very tempting and very encouraging? Click here to get something for free, or this is when you start getting all the bad things in your environment, whether it is your PC, your cell phone, your iPhone, a MacBook, whatever the case may be. We are over here to guide you and educate you through the shark-infested waters and share what are the do's and don'ts and how to protect yourself and how to maintain clean hygiene and just cover yourselves and your businesses that allow you to protect and generate the income. So feel free to ask any and all questions. Okay?
All right.
Somebody, Martina raised an excellent question. You do virtual sewing and cooking classes for kids. First and foremost, any personally identifiable information for the kids that you have, you should have a consent from their parents so you are protected. Okay? Number two, you should, if you are recording any of this and putting it in social media, you should have disclaimers and all the regulatory okays from the parents and their advisors that you can record and you want to use their names and pictures and put it wherever you want to put it. Number three, you want to check what kind of browsers you're using, what kind of security parameters you have that protects you from malware, antivirus, and all of those good things, just to begin with.
Well, and
Jill,
I will.
you can jump in.
Okay.
I will add.
I'm so sorry. Let's introduce Ahmet, and then we'll get into the questions. Ahmet.
Thank you, Priscilla. Glad to be here. As Dr. Ndora mentioned, e-commerce has definitely become a field that many businesses are starting to transition to or pivot their businesses to, or even start a business in e-commerce, because it's not just the effect of the pandemic, which did accelerate the process, but it has been a ongoing process as the e-commerce field has continued to evolve, and it's been a field that I've been involved in for many years. It's almost been 6 years, and every year there's something new, and where the SBDC comes in for everybody is not just helping you understand how to get into e-commerce, but also having us here to help you understand the changes, because when it comes to these fields that are technology and digital, things continually evolve. You can't just settle down on one idea or one concept or one way of doing things. You always have to keep updated, keep track of the changes and constantly evolve with them to make sure you're staying ahead. And I will say that there is a very, very strong connection between e-commerce and cybersecurity, because many people who have, in my personal experience too with clients, have forgotten to really prioritize cybersecurity, only to find their e-commerce operations affected, because you rely on your computer access and internet access, and it's not just viruses, it's of poor security measures can get your accounts hacked, can get your money stolen. Thousands of dollars. I've seen thousands of dollars stolen from clients who just didn't have proper security measures in place. So there's an entire field there. But if you are going to be doing e-commerce, cybersecurity should be a priority for you as well. So that's what we're here for.
Okay, wonderful. I just wanted to add that when it comes to the e-commerce portion here, just wanted to let you know that Ahmet does a number of workshops for those that are on the call. I'm not sure if I see a lot of cybersecurity questions, and I want to make sure that our e-commerce questions are also bring to the forefront here. So we have a number of questions for those that want to get into e-commerce or you want to transition your operations. Of course, now due to COVID, everyone is online. How to get into, how to set up your website online, build an online store, the marketplaces that are available to you, how to get into Amazon, how to get into B2B, B2C. So if you have any questions regarding that, please put that in the chat box and we'll get to it as quickly as we can. So we're going to start off with our questions right here. I have one here that says, if I have no budget for any technology, what can I do to protect my company from cyber risk? I think this can go to Michelle or Nilit.
I would say that the most cost-effective way to protect your business on a limited budget is to educate your personnel. And I will tell you that the SBDC has for free resources and recorded webinars. I know certainly from myself, I suspect from Nalit as well, that provide to you tips and education. And I would encourage you to have your personnel watch those webinars with you and advise your personnel to pick up the phone and verify. It goes back to what Nalit was saying about unexpected emails, unexpected attachments, and what have you. Those are the largest source of compromise for small business owners, are those links and those emails that in fact are masquerading as legitimate correspondence when in fact it's a virus waiting to happen. So if you cannot afford anything else, education for your personnel, training is critical. I will also tell you that there are free resources for small business owners, and I'm going to put some into the chat, and I'll let Nalit take over because I'm sure he's got plenty of ideas also.
Thank you, Michelle. That's a great segue to begin with. If you don't have the resources, if you don't have the budget, my first question I would ask is, are you using any technology to sustain your business? If you are, you should carve something in. Under the CARES Act, there is monies available to protect your business. This information can also be available and is at SBDC. You can talk with any of the consultants and they can help you and guide you in getting funds from there to protect your business. There's a question that came up, and the question is, if you're using Google Pay, PayPal, any of this to accept funds, this is a loaded question and it can be answered in multiple ways. I'm going to start from your banking relationship. Wherever you have your banking relationship, you should have two separate accounts. One account in which you have this funds come in. Second, your relationship also, with your banker should also provide you a two-factor authentication. So you can always protect your personal information and your business information. So even if there is a breach, nobody can hack and get into it through tokenizing and two-part authentication, whatever is provided. Whatever services you are providing, majority of the stuff, you will be receiving this money and notification either via a text alert or via an email. So you should have your own domain name and own secured emails, not use Google, not use Hotmail, not use Yahoo. Michelle can give you some insights about what is still happening where businesses are not going to professional email and what happens when they are recycling their old credentials. Michelle, take it over.
Just before Michelle starting to lit, we did get a comment here about the volume. Okay, and so if you can kind of adjust your volume, it's a little bit low.
I adjusted it. I'm at 40.
Okay. All right. Well, and as well, we're going to try to field the questions because there's a number of questions coming from different areas. So we'll ask the questions and of course, our expert will then answer. Okay. So Michelle, you can pick up from there. I apologize for that.
No, no worries at all. And what Nelly was alluding to was the practice of using the same password for multiple accounts or for recycling passwords. And I cannot tell you, and I mentioned this actually, we were doing a training session for the SBDC consultants and sharing with them how many people still are using credentials that they used for Yahoo accounts back in 2013 when Yahoo's mega breach occurred. And the fact is that those credentials are out there now on the dark web. And once they're out there, people on the dark web assume that people sadly are lazy, meaning that you will in fact use the same password over and over again, or that you'll use your kid's soccer team or birth date or any other thing that's already out there on the internet for people to find with a simple search. And think about this when you're setting up your security questions, because oftentimes you're also asked to set up security questions. Well, if the security question is, what elementary school did you go to? And I can find that online on your Facebook page or your LinkedIn page, then how good a security question is that? What I always tell people when they're thinking about those types of questions and information is lie. I went to Ishkabibble High School in Wisconsin. And by the way, no, I didn't. I grew up in Livingston, New Jersey, and I went to Livingston High School. But guess what? That's not my security question because I know it's out there. I know it's available online. I know it's available online that my daughter and son both played lacrosse in high school. So I don't put their teams out there as my password. Be very mindful of using robust passwords, at least 10 digits, if not more. And if you can't remember your passwords, think about using a password resource. And as I mentioned the other day, I'm solution agnostic, so I won't tell you you should absolutely use Dashlane or LastPass or what have you. But think about using a resource like that if you're not sure that you could remember a whole bunch of passwords. And please do not store passwords on your computer in a file called password. In addition to passwords, multi-factor authentication is critical for your business accounts, for your banking accounts, and any other accounts that are going to be touching your data and personal customer information.
Well, I guess that segues into the question, what is 2FA or MFA? And I don't know what those are the abbreviation for. So, Michelle.
2FA or MFA is two-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication. So when I log into my work computer every morning, I have to put in my name, I have to put in my password, and then I have to either put in a code, depending on what tool I use, or I get a code sent to my phone that I have to accept. So it's what you have and what you know. And those are the ideas is that you've got two different, or in this case, three different means to log in and identify yourself. So for example, Duo is one of the resources that it's out there for multi-factor authentication. Sometimes you'll see people on their key rings, they have an RSA fob that will generate a new number every 60 seconds. And these resources will set you up with this multi-factor authentication. You can do it with online banking, where when you log into your online banking account, they will then text you a code to your cell phone that you have to enter before you can proceed. Having that multi-factor authentication, that two-factor authentication, will better secure all of your accounts. And by the way, you can do that for your Gmail account and what have you. If you're not sure how, for example, when you're in your Gmail account, enter into the help bar two-factor authentication, and it will talk you through how to set that up.
That's wonderful. And I think our clients and our participants here should also know to integrate that for your social media. A lot of people, I know we covered marketing earlier today, but a lot of our social media accounts are being hacked and taken over, and setting up that authentication that Michelle is talking about is extremely important, just to make sure someone doesn't hijack your platforms and your pages. Nalit, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, let's do a little exercise. If the participants have a scratch piece of paper, if you can take it and tear it into two pieces, okay? And keep one piece to yourself and throw away the other piece. What two-factor authentication means is, unless you can match both sides, okay, and make the paper look as a complete paper, you will not get access to your credentials, whatever it might be, whether it is your bank account, whether it is your email, whether it is your application, whatever it might be. So don't leave your lock and keys at one place, always separate them. What we are saying is, if you're doing a multi-factor authentication, don't ask them to send an email. Ask them to send you a token on your cell phone. In an event your email is compromised, nobody can take the token and build or re-access your email. It could be your Facebook account, any social media, it could be your bank, anything, but this is how you protect it. Okay?
Wonderful. All right, we have another question here. If I have data breach, what is the first thing I should do?
Let me go first. Call your lawyer, call your insurance company, shut down everything, immediately reach out to, depending upon the breach, there are resources within the state of New Jersey. You can also avail on resources for Michelle and myself, and we can guide you what are the next steps to be taken and what are the immediate steps to be taken. But call your insurance company, call your attorney first thing.
And understand that if something has happened, it may or may not be a breach. It may be an incident. And the distinction is from a legal obligation as much as it is an operational obligation. So 50 different states have 50 different breach notification laws, which is enough to make anybody's head spin, let alone an attorney's head spin. And if you have customers from New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, fill in the blank, and the personally identifiable information that you have about those customers, meaning name and social security number, name and credit card information, name and account and password information. There's different categories depending on the statute. There is a reporting obligation to law enforcement. In New Jersey, you would report to NJKIC. And in fact, I put the information about NJKIC into the chat. In New York State, the reporting obligation is to 3 or 4 different state agencies, depending upon the size of the breach. But again, it assumes that the breach involves personally identifiable information and that information was not encrypted. And the encryption of personally identifiable information is your get out of jail for free card in terms of whether something is a reportable breach or if it is merely an incident. The other thing that you need to keep in mind is that if you have business information about your customers, even if it's not personally identifiable information contractually, You may have a reporting obligation to your customers. If you've signed a non-disclosure agreement with your customers, you may have an obligation to let those customers know that their business information has been compromised. But again, if your systems are encrypted, if the data is encrypted, then it may not be a breach. It may merely be an incident.
Okay, great. Someone asked, should I accept the offer from my insurance company to do their free risk assessment?
That's an interesting question. And I will be sounding like a lawyer when I say it depends. The advantage of having your insurance carrier do this for you is it's free. The downside is now your insurance carrier is in your shorts and they know what you have done. And by the way, what you haven't done. And the problem is that once you get a risk assessment, the risk assessment is going to identify for you high risk, medium risk, and low risk. And the insurance company is going to expect you to then implement measures to remediate or mitigate those risks. And if you ignore that report, if you don't do anything about that report, and then there is a breach, you may have given your carrier a reason to deny your claim. So it's a terrific resource to have. It's a service that a lot of insurance carriers are offering. I would think twice before I accept it and instead look for other resources and other ways to do a risk assessment before I allowed the insurance carrier to be the basis for it.
Another question that just came in was, what are your thoughts about DocuSign?
So let's take a classic example. During the CARES Act, there are people that are offering loan services. And in order for you to get the loan, you have to sign the documents. If you know the origination, if you know that the email is coming from a legitimate place, and if you read it through and accept the terms and conditions, then it is okay to do DocuSign. Even in DocuSign, there is spam and malware that is going on. People will send you stuff you don't know. It could be, oh, this is your Dropbox thing. This is your document. Anytime you may go and discuss something in social media, you're looking for a mortgage consultant. You're looking for this. Try to stay away from a lot of that stuff. Okay?
The other thing to keep in mind, and this goes back to what Nalit started off our discussion with, is some of the scams that are out there are spoofed emails with supposed documents for you to sign. So if you receive an email that says, please click on this link and sign these documents for your PPP loan, or click on this link and sign in to get your COVID vaccine, or fill in the blank, what have you, please make sure that the link that you've received, the documents you received are legitimate. And in fact, I shared with Nalit and SBDC yesterday, I received an email from one of my clients that said, please see these bid documents and then call me. Well, I hadn't spoken to this client in 2 months. And before I clicked on the bid documents, I picked up the phone and called the known phone number for my client and said, did you send me documents? And he said, no, thank you for letting me know. And I pointed out to him that it was evident to me somebody had actually already compromised his system and was redirecting his emails. So this was not a spoofed email account. It was actually his email that had been intercepted and misdirected. So be very, very careful when you're receiving documents that you don't expect, whether it's DocuSign or otherwise.
Okay, we have another question here. And I guess this will probably segue to Ahmet soon. I own an e-commerce website. I don't keep credit card information on my computer. Everything is processed via authorized.net or other payment gateways. Is cyber breaches still a major concern for me?
Yeah, so on the e-commerce end, whenever you have a website built, generally speaking, all the operations are being handled by some kind of plugin or third-party application. The website, whether it's the host or something like Stripe, they are giving you their utility to use to take payment transactions and all that information. But the risk comes from the fact that you have admin access to your website and you have admin access to those utilities, and there is data there that will be recorded on your back end, on the admin panel end, that would be valuable to hackers. It depends exactly on what type of information you're receiving from your customers, based on your website settings. Some people just have names and email addresses, but there's a lot of other information there that would rely on you checking your plugins individually to see what kind of information they're recording. And if your e-commerce website, if they breach it and they access your admin access, essentially, they will have access to all that information, including your information. So not just the information of your customers, your information will be there as well. And this can include the charge methods, the deposit methods, any other business related information. So it is something you do want to be considering, because even if you're personally not, you're an application is taking the payments, and you've set it up that way, and you're not recording that credit card information yourself, you do still have that admin access, and that admin access will, if it's breached, will allow them to obtain all kinds of information that's being recorded that you probably haven't thought of checking the settings. And if you haven't put in any additional security features, especially like multi-factor, it's just a risk that you want to avoid.
I would also add to that even though Authorized Net or PayPal or what have you, if you look at their website and your agreements with them, they will say that they are indeed PCI compliant, that is payment card industry compliant with their security requirements. However, if you read the fine print of the terms, it will also say, we assume no liability. And it's your obligation as a business owner to vet your vendors and ask them questions. How are you securing the data that you collect? How are you making sure that third parties are not getting access to my customer's credit card information or any other information that's stored by an authorized.net or a PayPal or what have you? Kick those tires. It's not a guarantee that they're not going to be compromised, because there is no such thing. But at least you can then say with a straight face that you vetted your vendors, you asked them to confirm and demonstrate to you that they are PCI compliant, and make sure that on the privacy policy on your website that it states that you are using a third-party provider to process these payments, and invite your customers to go to those provider sites to see what they do.
Let me add something else to it. If you are providing a service to your customer, even though you're using third-party providers, if there is a breach, you are liable for $10,000 per violation on your side. You will have to then go and mitigate the risk with the third-party provider and figure out where the breach took place. So be careful when you check all this regulations and how you're accepting money.
Okay. So we have another question here. I think this is for Ahmet. Ahmet, what are some e-commerce platforms that I can use for my e-commerce website? Which ones are easier to use and which ones are more secure?
So when it comes down to which one you should use, there's a lot of factors that depend in there. Because one thing to consider is um, how are you building the website? Because when there's certain services out there like Shopify, for example, which is a popular example, Shopify lets you build a website and they host your website. So you are using Shopify's platform to build your e-commerce website. And to clarify, an e-commerce website essentially means any website that has e-commerce features available, which are usually payment processing, a shopping cart, a product catalog, and a checkout. So there are services like WooCommerce where if your website is built on a WordPress, WooCommerce will integrate as a plugin to your WordPress and turn your website into an e-commerce site because you had an existing WordPress. Whereas if you went with Shopify, you would build a website on Shopify's platform, and Shopify by default has everything for e-commerce because that's what they offer as a product. So they give you these options. Easiest is usually something like Shopify, where they give you the platform, they give you all the features for e-commerce. Their plugins are usually vetted, so it's something that Shopify themselves checks. But by vetted, I mean they just check to make sure that the plugin is compatible with their platform. When it comes to WordPress, it can be a bit more technical because you're still responsible for the WordPress infrastructure. Stuff like WooCommerce and there's other sites like BigCommerce. They will only add in the e-commerce features, but the website infrastructure itself is still WordPress, and you're still responsible for maintaining that infrastructure. And it's just a bit more technical. It's flexible but technical. So Shopify is usually the easier one. When it comes to security, as it's mentioned, you want to check those vendors, and you're still technically responsible on your end to make sure your security is up to date. If you're using Shopify, they'll give a bit more service in regards to helping secure because you're using their platform. When it comes to WordPress, WordPress will offer assistance too, but the problem is if you're integrating a lot of different plugins, then it starts becoming more and more something that you have to start checking out. You'll need to make sure all those plugins, you got to make sure they're updated. You got to make sure there's no vulnerabilities. There's just a lot more effort on your end that you will need to put in to make sure everything is secured. But at the end of the day, just best practice wise, while you might pick an easier platform to work with and they might be a bit more secure, you'll still want to make sure you're double or triple checking your security on your site and making sure all your plugins are secure. You want to make sure that everything is up to date and that you check in with the resources that infrastructure provides, whether it's WordPress or Shopify. Or I see another question here in the chat, so I'll just link that in here. Sites like Weebly and Wix, they offer certain plugins to convert sites to e-commerce too. I don't know if they've recently adopted WooCommerce in, because I know Wix, for example, does offer its own features for building a e-commerce website where they let you bring in the plugins for the putting a product catalog in, and then putting the payment transactions in and putting the checkout in. So what you see is what you get. Website builders like Weebly and Wix, technically they offer their own e-commerce suites, which are essentially those plugins you need to change your website into e-commerce. So WooCommerce is specifically is a WordPress integrated plugin by itself. All of them, like I said, though what makes the site easier or hard is the platform you use. What you see is what you get. Website editing like Weebly, Wix, and Shopify are a little easier on you. WordPress is close to that, but there's a bit more of the technical stuff involved too if you want to make a lot more edits. So that's something to consider. But for all these websites, you are responsible for making sure the security is there and making sure that there's no vulnerabilities, and taking that due diligence to avoid those situations.
Right.
And if I may, understand that you're not going to be able to prevent everything. And a Shopify is not going to be able to prevent everything. One of my clients, I had actually looked at their website. They asked me to work with them on it. And it said on the privacy policy, all capital letters, "We guarantee your security." And I said to them, "Guys, that's an FTC violation." They said, "What do you mean?" I said, "It's really simple. You can't guarantee the security. That is a deceptive trade practice because you cannot guarantee it. And what you need to understand is you need to ask these questions of the potential vendor. Ask Shopify, ask any of the commerce platforms that you're thinking about engaging with. What are your privacy practices? How are you going to secure my customers' information? And when they give you the answers, keep a record of the fact that you asked the question, that you got the information back, and that you made an educated and responsible decision. And make sure that your website's privacy policy doesn't say, "I guarantee it," because you can't. What you can say with a straight face is, "I'm engaging with vendors who are taking reasonable measures to protect your information." And then ask those same questions on your annual renewals. It's not just one and done. You have to ask the question each year and keep a record that you've asked that question and you've gotten a satisfactory answer. And also look online. Were they the next Yahoo data breach? Were they the ones that had this massive breach? And if so, maybe it's time to switch platforms. Things will happen, but that doesn't mean that you should put your head in the sand or that it's inevitable. You need to be responsible when you're dancing with your vendors and sharing your customers' data. But so long as you act responsibly and you're transparent with your customers, when the proverbial hits the fan, it's the difference between having reporting obligation and having legal liability.
Thank you, Michelle.
Let me add something else to it. Whenever you're doing this, you should always look at transferring the risk from you to the other player, which means if you're putting this with Shopify or other people, you should ask what their insurances carry and how you are protected so your customers are protected. So you transfer the risk from you, from yourself, your company, to the larger entity, which is an important part also.
Thank you, Nelit. Following up to Martina's question about Weebly compatible with WooCommerce, just so you're clear, WooCommerce is independent. It's an independent software. So is Weebly. And so is Weebly. So they don't integrate together. Weebly is hosted, but WooCommerce is self-hosted. So when I say self-hosted, it means you're gonna have to get your own web hosting platform. You're gonna have to install WordPress, then install WooCommerce and operate it yourself. You are responsible for the whole system. You know, if anything breaks or goes down, you'll probably have to find a WordPress developer to help you. The good thing about that is there's millions of WordPress developers, whereas Weebly, Wix, Shopify, those are self-hosted. You're paying monthly. So with WooCommerce, you're not paying anything monthly for the service, but with Weebly and Wix and Shopify, you're paying a monthly fee. So they're maintaining that software. And so there's a whole lot of things that come with that. So I hope that helps you. I have another question here. Let's see, there's two of them. I think this one is for not Nil, Ahmed. What is the difference between B2C and B2B in e-commerce? And for those who may not know, B2C is business to consumer and B2B is business to business. Ahmed.
Yeah, so when it comes to B2C and B2B, the biggest distinction is essentially in B2C, you are selling products to individual customers who are going to, you're selling the product to a customer. It's, maybe individual basis, maybe they're purchasing in bulk. In the e-commerce realm, where I would extend that out to is, if you're using a site like Amazon, you are technically doing B2C unless you hop into their B2B section of their platform, because what happens is you become a third-party seller on Amazon, and then you are listing your product on Amazon's marketplace, and then you are selling it to individual customers who are coming and shopping on Amazon. And if we use the Amazon example to figure out what B2B means, it's there's something called Amazon Vendor Central, and because B2B is business to business, what happens is you are doing e-commerce not with the individual customers, but with the online retailer. And if we are using Amazon as an example, you know, it'll be easier if I mention, if you ever see anything that's Amazon Basic as a brand, for example, those are B2B because a supplier is selling products to Amazon, and then Amazon is putting their label on it and then selling it as Amazon Basic. Other examples of B2B are where you're doing business with Home Depot for e-commerce. Their catalog, online catalog, is not third-party market sellers. They are all suppliers who are essentially doing business with Home Depot. They have a contract with Home Depot to supply them with products, and then Home Depot sells these products to customers, and then the supplier drop ships them on behalf of Home Depot. If you are doing B2C, you are selling the product to the customer and then shipping it to them, and the customer is the one doing the purchase, while whoever is in the middle, if you're not using your own website, whoever's in the middle with like Amazon or eBay, they're just the marketplace. So the biggest difference between B2C and B2B is who you are doing business with in e-commerce. In B2C, you are selling the product to the customers or the service to those customers. If you're doing B2B, you are supplying an online retailer who is then selling it to their own customers, and then you are just the supplier offering that service or those products to them.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you, Ahmed. Okay, so now that it's about 2:49, and I know there's some questions. What we'll do now is just kind of close out your thoughts and in regards to the expertise that you provide here at the SBDC. Ahmed, let's go with you, and then we'll go Nalit and Michelle. Last words, and then we'll transition to the next segment.
Yeah, so as Priscilla mentioned early on, I provide the e-commerce counseling here, and I do have e-commerce related webinars. They essentially cover everything from understanding the e-commerce ecosystem, from self-hosting to using a marketplace to becoming a supplier for online retailers in e-commerce. They cover improving your capabilities in e-commerce, which will help you scale up your business. And also, when you're building your strategic plan, you can understand the different areas of approach you have to growing your business, because depending on the type of platform model you're using, there are different ways to grow your business in e-commerce. And then the third one covers building your marketing content, which is introducing your product in an e-commerce environment, because shopping on e-commerce is different from shopping traditionally. So it covers the topics of how to present your products, the information you need. There are certain requirements to do e-commerce business now, which are things like getting your trademark, getting your UPC barcodes. These are now requirements to do business on e-commerce on many marketplaces, and as a supplier. So these are the topics that's covered. So if you are trying to get into anything about starting in e-commerce, pivoting to e-commerce, you're doing e-commerce, but you're trying to grow your business and you're not sure what's blocking you or what you need to do to accelerate that momentum, that's what I would be here to help you out with and help your e-commerce business grow or enter into e-commerce.
Wonderful. All right, we have about 2 minutes left. Michelle and Nalit, can you guys last thoughts?
I will put it quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So we provide technology services to small, medium, and large customers, starting from procurement to installation to training. Most important, training your staff and what tools and resources you need to use to protect yourself and your company from cybersecurity. Reach out, we'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Michelle, any last words?
Yes, again, I provide training through SBDC. I can, again, through the SBDC, provide you counseling as to how you can prepare written policies and procedures, how you can prepare privacy policies, how you can develop a cybersecurity program for your company, including an incident response plan. And I know that we didn't touch on planning today, but the day to figure out how to respond to a data breach is not the day that the breach occurs. And in terms of best practices, I will share with you, number one, use robust passwords and change those passwords at least every 60 days. If they're not at least 10 digits long, the longer the password or passphrase, the less frequently you have to change them. Implement multi-factor authentication. Patch your systems. If you get notification that an upgrade or an update is available, don't hit remind me later. Be prepared, understand where your data is, and understand what third-party vendors are doing with your data. And take advantage of the free resources, please, that I put into the chat that you can then look to develop better practices for your business and to train your personnel.
Wonderful. So I'd like to say thank you to our consultants here, Michelle, Nalit, and Amit, for taking the time out to participate in our Q&A today. As they all just mentioned, they do provide these services. They are at no cost to you here at the SBDC. I saw in the chat, someone asked about connecting with Ahmed in regards to e-commerce. That simply can be done. Our webpage is right here, www.rnsbdc.com. Simply visit it and fill out that request for counseling that's in the top right-hand corner. They are willing to sit with you and do an assessment and give you recommendations on whether it is setting up your e-commerce website if you're new to e-commerce, if you're in business and you are concerned about breaches, you have employees, you want to make sure that you're compliant. Reach out to us and we'll set up those appointments for you to have those consultations. Takoa is providing you the link to make it very easy for you to do that. As well as I mentioned before, click on the training link on our website, and these webinars are provided. Michelle does a cybersecurity webinar. Nalit does a ransomware, how to respond to ransomware, and Ahmed does a host of e-commerce webinars for beginners, right up to those that are in, fulfillment by Amazon, or you need some help with, tweaking your website and increasing sales to your website. So again, thank you to the participants. We will get ready now to transition to our last segment for today. Is that right, Takoa? Right? Credit.
Yeah.
I'm blanking out here. Credit, finance, and
Capital and finance, yeah.
Right? And so that will begin at 3:00. Thank you for sticking with us, and we hope to see you in the next final segment. All right.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks, Michelle. I'm the business owner of Village Baby Development Center in South Orange, New Jersey.
Thinking about turning your dream into a reality? The New Jersey SBDC network can help. We provide startup and planning training services, tools and resources to help evaluate your business idea, help you make sound business decisions, and pursue your dream of business ownership. It's important to note that we do not provide grants or loans. However, we provide information and technical assistance on how to access capital. Sound like you're in the right place? Great. The next step is to visit us online to get started on your path to success today.
Hello, my name is Dana Kearney, and I'm the business owner of Village Babies Development Center in South Orange, New Jersey. Village Babies Development Center is an early childhood education center that serves children ages 6 months up to 5 years of age. I started Village Babies Development Center back in April of 2004. And I was a registered nurse at that time. And when I had my son, I decided I would stay home with him because I had a hard time finding a child care center that I felt comfortable with. And I ended up watching or babysitting several of my neighbors' children. And from there, it turned into a business. And I've been so thankful to have been able to connect with the New Jersey SBDC, because while I understood the anatomy and physiology of children and early childhood development, and also learned about early childhood curriculum, I did not have a business acumen. And so I was referred to the SBDC. And from there, I had taken a course. It was Dr. Endoro, who I had known during that time, and introduced me to the business course, Intro to Business. And from there, I continued to connect with the SBDC throughout and have obtained a wealth of knowledge to help me sustain my business. And here I am 16 years later. And I have just been so grateful for the amount of business knowledge that I have obtained and relationships through the SBDC. So I truly want to just commend the SBDC for all of their hard work and mentorship for small businesses like myself. And I want to wish the SBDC a happy SBDC Day. Dana Kearney, thank you.
I've worked with the SBDC here in Newark as well as one in New Brunswick, and the experience has been phenomenal. If you're a startup, a small business owner, an established business, all of us have gaps in our business where we can use some help, and this is an organization that provides those types of resources. Some are free. All of them are either free or at a nominal cost. And it's worth both the investment of time and money. So at a minimum, check out what the SBDC has to offer. It's everything from lunches to workshops on every conceivable business topic that a small business owner will have to deal with.
Hi, my name is Jules Singletary. I graduated Rutgers University in 2005 from Livingston College. And when I finished that degree, I went on to complete a one-year business degree from the Fashion Institute of Technology. And that started my 12-year career in corporate America. So I'm super grateful I had the opportunity to work for some major companies like JCPenney's as a business planner and financial analyst. And my last corporate gig was in 2017. I was working at Nike's sales office in Chicago, and I was laid off after 4 years. They had a major global reorganization, but I knew in my spirit that that was time for me to start my own business. So I moved to Newark, super close to Rutgers and the SBDC. And that's where I took up roots and started my business there. So I'm now the proud owner of Gratitude Griot LLC, We are a well-being based business that specializes in teaching people how to alleviate their stress using yoga, meditation, and therapeutic art. Some of the resources that I got from the SBDC, like from the beginning, is one thing knowing how to navigate corporate America spreadsheets, doing business planning from that angle, but being able to translate that knowledge to my own entrepreneurial journey, but I knew nothing. So the SBDC has been an amazing resource, from learning how to register my business in the state of New Jersey. They helped me to register as a minority-owned, women-owned business so that I could get certain set-asides for the state and get contracting opportunities. I learned how to build an entire marketing plan and sales strategy, and got teamed up with some amazing coaches, from financial coaches to business coaches. And all of it wasn't just textbook knowledge. Like, I've been able to take this information and really run with it. As a result, from all of the foundational elements that the SBDC helped to put in place for my business, I've been awarded grants to keep my business running throughout the pandemic. I have gotten amazing contacts and networking opportunities that continue to expand our reach. And I am beyond grateful for the resources that the SBDC offers for free. So many free resources. And then there are a lot of low-cost resources that I've been able to take advantage of that have been within my budget. When anyone asks me, how do I do XYZ in business? I'm like, you need to go to your SBDC office, find them online. They are now offering all types of virtual workshops and webinars that are amazing. They have so many resources online on their websites, and there's so many offices around the country. Like, please find one near you. They are super amazing, fantastic resources. I cannot say enough how much the SBDC has helped me and my business, Gratitude Griot. And I continue to use them as a resource to this day. So happy SBDC Day. Congratulations, I guess. I don't even know what you say on a day like this, but good luck to you and continued success and helping so many more entrepreneurs, business owners. Thank you.
All right, it is now after 3. We're back. Thanks to everyone for sticking with us. We're in the final stretch. Just giving an opportunity for our panel to just return, and then we'll get into our segment on credit, capital, and finance. Andrew and Claudia, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, there you go. Claudia, thank you. You're almost there.
All right.
Claudia, you may have to do it without the background. Okay, I think you're okay. Great, great, great. All right, so I think everyone is here, and we're good to go. Welcome back to everyone. Before we get going again one last time, Dr. Ndoro, can you to introduce us, get us going, let us know more about the SBDC and celebrating today, last party for SBDC Day. Let's go.
Okay, thank you. I want to welcome all the participants and our experts, Claudia and Andrew. I couldn't be any prouder that these are people who know everything, and Mary is joining us as well, and they will have an opportunity to introduce themselves. But since this is the last segment, I'll go over again what the SBDC is about. We are the NJSBDC, the premier provider of training and technical assistance, and our center is located at 25 James Street in Newark. However, we are one of 12 centers throughout the state of New Jersey. We are a public public-private partnership, and all our centers are hosted under universities or community colleges, depending on which county that you are in. And our main mission is to make sure that we deliver the right service at the right time for entrepreneurs, startup businesses, and established businesses throughout the state of New Jersey. And our services are designed to help you start, manage, and grow your business. So this is something that we talk about all the time. But today, since it's SBDC Day is actually a national celebration of small businesses and the work the small business development centers throughout the nation do to support and help businesses grow. Our main funder being the Small Business Administration, and here in New Jersey, also the New Jersey Business Action Center, and finally, all our host universities that house an SBDC center. So welcome, and I always say that if you are thinking of going into business or you are already in business, come to us first, because if we don't know how to do it, we know somebody who can do it. But to tell you the honest truth, we have so much expertise within our centers that there's always somebody who knows something about what you want to do in business. So I am so delighted to have our 3 experts joining us today. And this is the final leg of our Ask the Expert SBDC Day. And I think all our tongues are getting twisted, but it's been a wonderful day. We are also right now on Facebook Live, and it's been rolling out, and we've got so many people there as well. So welcome to the SBDC and SBDC Day. Thank you. Back to you.
All right, great. And again, as I mentioned before, the numbers keep going up. So we're at the end, but they're going up. So thank you for hanging in with us. Okay, so as we mentioned before, this is a live Q&A. So please feel free to ask your questions. I know this is the finance section, so some people may have questions, especially when it comes to the PPP, the EIDL. So feel free to post those questions in the chat. We can take your questions a number of ways via the chat, the Q&A. You can raise your hand if your question is a little bit more involved and you feel more comfortable using your microphone to ask your question. And definitely, if you're on Facebook watching us live, feel free to drop your comments into the comments. And a few people have been sending questions via email. So whichever works for you, we'll gladly take your questions and do our best to answer it. So before we get into the Q&A, I just wanted to introduce our consultants and special guests here today. So we have Andrew Frazier. Andrew is the owner of Small Business Like a Pro. He's also one of our capital finance consultants here at the NJSBDC at Rutgers-Newark. We also have Mary Baker, owner of Baker Tax and Accounting Services. She too is a finance and capital consultant here at our center. And lastly, but not least, Claudia Yarborough. Claudia is lender relations specialist with the SBA, the New Jersey branch here. So we're happy to have them. We're going to just use this opportunity to let each of them introduce themselves, tell you about what they do and what they do here at the center, and then we'll get into the Q&A. So who wants to go first here? Mary, let's go. Unmute Mary.
Guys. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here this afternoon. Thank you so much to be here. My name is Mary Baker. I am the founder of Baker Tax and Accounting Services. And so we are just here to educate all of you on finances and how to get your business started and how to stay in business. So thank you so much for having me this afternoon.
Okay.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Frazier, and excited to be here as well. Been working with the center for at least 5 years now, which has been great, and been able to work with a lot of business owners and help them to get financing and grow their business. And I teach 2 parts of the business plan workshop. So if you're thinking about starting a business plan, that's a good place to get started, and also the access to capital workshop. So thanks for joining, and thanks for having me.
Claudia?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. I am Claudia Yarborough. I'm with the U.S. Small Business Administration, and I've been working with the SBDC in Newark for many years. And my role at the SBA is truly to help you via counseling, contracts, capital, to build and start a successful business. Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. All right, so we'll get right into our questions. Let's see here. All right, so first questions. This is regarding, I guess this is the hot topic, PPP. Are independent contractors eligible for PPP round 2? What are the requirements and benefits? Andrew, do you want to take that?
Sure. Definitely, the PPP program has been expanded, and really there has been a focus on making sure that small businesses and minority and women-owned businesses get access to more capital this time from the PPP. So now if you are an independent contractor, Uber driver, whatever types of independent contracting you do, you can use that to get eligibility for the PPP. And even better than that, the amount that you get is no longer based on your profits, but on your revenues. So many people who were not eligible for the first round, you can be eligible for this round.
Mary, did you want to add to that? Microphone.
I apologize, everyone. And so another thing to consider, you can use your 2019 data or your 2020 data. And my suggestion is to use the data that is the highest that will qualify you for more of the PPP. So talk to your accountant and use the data. Of course, you have to have your 2020 data in order as well, and use the information where it's showing the most income when you're applying for the second round.
Okay, can I add one more thing?
Sure.
Just keep in mind that you had to have a loss of at least 25% in one quarter. So if you made more money than last year, then in 2020 versus 2019, or you did not have at least one of the four quarters in 2020 lower than the corresponding quarter in 2019, then you won't be eligible. But congratulations, because that means you didn't get hurt as bad by the pandemic.
Good. We have a question here by Diane. Diane says, I am a corporation, but the only employee at this time. Can I apply for PPP if you're the only employee?
Yes, Diane. So yes, you can apply for the PPP. You do qualify to apply for that. Yes, you can.
Okay. All right, so another question here is the EIDL still available and how does it work?
The EIDL is still available, and you would apply for the EIDL via the SBA disaster website. The EIDL is separate from the PPP. The PPP is via a bank, and the EIDL is available via the SBA website.
Andrew, did you want to add to that?
Sure. The EIDL is an outstanding program. One thing, you did have to be profitable to get a loan, because if you weren't profitable, then how could you pay a loan back? And even though it's a loan, it's the best loan you'll ever see as a business owner. And if you might need the money, it's better to get access to it than not. And even if you got a loan before, if your income went up in 2020 or you didn't take your whole loan, you can ask for an increase.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Another thing about the EIDL is the repayments are deferred, but the interests continue to accrue. So as Andrew stated, it is a very good loan product for those that are suffering at this time.
Yeah. And
I have something, because a lot of times what we encounter, some of the smaller business owners, they say they basically do not want to apply for a loan because maybe they're unsure that they cannot repay the loan back. Even if it's a smaller amount, I suggest that you think about it, because if you're getting this loan on your business, you're also starting to develop some credit history for your business. So even if the loan amount is a large amount, you don't want to take it all, just take a small amount and repay it back, within 6 months, but also consider this as an opportunity to start establishing some type of business credit for your business.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. And can
Sure, go ahead, Andrew.
And just with the EIDL, just to give you an idea of how great a deal it is, I think the payment is about $60 to $70 a month per $10,000 you borrow. So it's affordable as a small business. And I've worked with many businesses who have gotten that and use that to pivot or implement new strategies within their business to grow.
Yes.
And if I might add to that, is it safe to say, I think it says your payments is actually deferred your first year. Is that correct, Claudia? And they've extended it?
Yes, they extended it. And the monies can be used for operating expense, such as rent. So it's a very good program, especially now that we're going through the pandemic. And you may not be able to repay right now, but it's very good. And as Mary stated, to apply, I would apply. It's best to have some money in the bank rather than no money. So it's a very good program.
Okay, so the question here is, can I qualify for both the EIDL and PPP at the same time?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. We have another question. Will my credit impact my business loan application? So I don't know if that's a general question or that's for EIDL and PPP. So maybe we answer for both.
For the EIDL, yes, they do pull your credit for the EIDL. And one thing about SBA, look at SBA as the federal government, and once they input your information, they can view all types of loans that you have out there. And the focus is helping the small business to survive and to truly help them during this difficult time. I would apply for what is available out there right now. And even if you're declined for the EIDL, you can apply for reconsiderations. And I would never take no for an answer. I would apply. I would apply and fight that denial, because I actually need that money. And you have to let them know you need that money. You're trying to survive during a difficult time.
Can I have a comment? And I feel too that if of any time of you applying for a business loan as a small business or as a mid-sized business, today is the best time to do it. Because let's look at it. When before this all happened and when this all goes away, right? It's going to be hard to get a loan from a bank. And I always say a bank gives a business a loan when they don't need the money, basically, right? And so any time other than now is the best time you can get a loan. You don't have to go through all of those strategies that you would with a bank. And the interest rate is small. Even if you don't use the money, you set aside just to repay it. Now you have what we call cash flow. You have something sitting there. And so most of the time when this all go away, we know it's going to be difficult for banks to give out business loans, because now they want to know how did we come back from the COVID, right? So just always keeping in mind, banks only give you loans when you don't need the money, because they want to make sure you can pay it back. But now with SBA, they're saying, hey, we're giving you this money because you need the money. So I always say the time now is the best time for the loan.
And nonprofits are even eligible for EIDL loans. So I would apply. If I have a business today and we're suffering, I would apply. Whatever the government is placing out there, I would apply. Just the general principle to apply. And many of us, especially, we're labeled as the underserved. There's money out there. Take the money, apply. If you have questions, reach out to one of SBA's resource partners to assist you. They assist you. They don't do it for you. They assist you. If you need someone to actually, complete the application, you would go to a service and pay them. But if you need help, reach out to a resource partner. And today we're with SBDC Newark. I would seek assistance from them.
Thank you, Claudia. Adding to what Mary just said in regards of that it may be harder to get financing once this is all over. The question here is, as a first-time business owner, how difficult would it be for me to get a business loan? I don't qualify for the PPP or EIDL.
Today, a startup, this economy, well, under SBA regulations, a startup could apply for a regular loan, but credit is always a factor. And something that Andrew stated earlier about access to capital. I would educate myself as how to access capital for my startup businesses. When you're applying for a loan, they look at your credit, they truly look at your credit. And as Mary stated, during these difficult times and trying to come back from this pandemic, it's truly hard for a regular business to actually receive a loan. So you being a startup is hard, but at the SBA, we have micro lenders, and they may listen to your story, but the focus is repaying the loan and to find a participating lender. On the SBA's website, there was a tool labeled Lender Match. And you can go in and provide
I think Claudia's, we've lost connection with Claudia here.
Okay.
Andrew, did you want to pick up on that until we get
Yes.
Claudia back?
Sure. So the question was talking about, as a startup, being able to get financing for your business. And that's a key question we hear a lot. And, you know, unfortunately, there's not an easy way to do it. You know, the first place you should be getting capital is your own. And, you know, it's critical to be prepared and not ask for more than you could possibly get, because a lot of people don't really do the work to figure out how much they really need. And also that you have to start from a minimum amount. You can't just jump out there with everything on somebody else's money. So, you know, you can get financing. Claudia talked about micro lenders. You know, there's a few other ways, but the majority is friends and family, yourself, personal credit for most startups, unless you have collateral or you have income from other sources that you can show that you can, you know, afford to pay the loan back, even if something doesn't go right with your business.
Okay. And so you just mentioned personal credit. So I guess that segues into this question. What is the minimum credit score needed to apply for business loans?
660, even though sometimes you can, you can apply with anything, but you probably need a 660 to have a shot. And you really want to be above 700.
Okay, good. All right, let's see. Oh, here. Claudia mentioned micro lenders. Who are they and what are the basic requirements to qualify for these micro loans?
a micro loan. Basically, to apply for any loan is they look at your ability to repay. And our micro lenders are listed on the New Jersey website, and credit is a factor in all avenues of lending. And the micro loan, one can borrow up to $50,000. And if you just have to look at your credit report, if you can repay the monies and the micro lender is interested in your industry, you could apply for a micro loan. And we have RBAC right now and UCEDC. They are two of our most active micro lenders, and it's geared toward the underserved. Not that they're gonna provide you with a loan if you apply, is anyone can apply, but it's all about being able to repay the monies. And startups is eligible for a microloan, and even under our regular SBA lending products, startups are eligible. But when you visit a micro lender, that's a community development financial institution or one of our banks. Credit is always a factor, even though Andrew stated the credit scores, which are accurate. SBA, under SBA, SBA states your credit score can be lower, but the banks are saying it must be at that level that Andrew stated, that or better. So credit is always a factor in any form of lending, even though SBA provides the lender with an incentive to lend to you. Right now, SBA is offering our lenders a guarantee of 90% on any of our regular loan programs, not the disaster loans, regular, not the micro loans, but the regular loans. That's a 90% guarantee up until September the 30th. So if you borrowed $100,000 from a bank, the guarantee is 90%. So $100,000, the bank exposure is only $10,000. So SBA gives them a return just in case you default on that loan. You owe that $100,000, but SBA is offering them an incentive to help small businesses.
Okay.
I had something to add to that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, what you need to, as business owners, what's so important and why we say that business credit, you need to establish business credit, because you can have a great credit score, but you got to be careful of your debt ratio, right? And so a lot of people will say, I have heard a lot of people say, well, my credit score is in the 700 and they denied me the loan. And the reason why they would deny you the loan if you have a great credit score is your debt ratio. And so you want to make sure that you keep that debt ratio really, really low, because the banks and SBA, they use that. And the debt ratio basically tell them, is this person able to pay this loan back? Even though their credit score is great, but will they be able to pay this back? And this is the main tool that the banks use. If you're getting a loan from a bank, this is the main tool that the bank use for that. And so my suggestion is that you do start establishing some type of business credit, so that any credit that you need for your business goes under that EIN number and not your personal Social Security number. So that's so important. So keep that in mind as well when you applying for these loans, your debt ratio. So it is a strategy that you need to, if you know you're planning to apply for a loan or anything like that, you need to strategize with your accountant to make sure that all of this falls into place. So just always keep that to your debt ratio needs to be low when you're applying as well, because you can have great credit, but they'll deny you if your debt ratio is high.
Okay, Mary.
Can
Andrew, you wanted to add something?
Yes.
Okay.
One thing that's important to understand is small business is really risky, especially as a startup. And if it wasn't for the SBA, very few small businesses and startup, even less, way less, would ever get financing, because if the bank won't do your loan with a 90% guarantee, they wouldn't touch your loan for, on a regular basis. And, really the interest rate for small businesses, if you do it based on the risk, 25%, 50%, 100%. because it's that level of risk. So, SBA option is good. And then the other thing is, I mentioned before that you have to have your own money. So if you don't have 20% of the amount of money you need for a loan, very unlikely you're going to be eligible for it.
Say something. As Andrew stated, to have your own money, especially when you're trying to start a business. And the worst way to actually start a business is borrowing money from your friends and family. That can truly destroy a relationship, a family, and don't borrow money from grandma. And in one of our standard operating procedures, they list if you borrow money from a relative, they want to see the money trail. They want to see the bank account which the money was withdrawn from. And when you actually go into the bank and produce your loan package, they want to see the money trail, because you can't say I borrowed this money and they can't actually see where it came from. Okay.
Priscilla, your mic.
Your mic.
Sorry, thank you. Keeping in line with, I'm glad that Mary did mention the business credit, because the question here was, there are many companies online promoting business credit, even if I have bad credit. Can I build business credit with a low credit score?
I wouldn't touch any online bank. One thing you got to look at is the interest rate they're charging. And they may say low introductory rate or whatever. And then there goes that big increase to 29, 30%. I would watch online lenders. And if you want money, start early. Don't wait until you need it.
Yeah, and on top of that, they may charge fees. So they say it's a low interest rate, but they have big fees. And a lot of times what they'll do to you is, even if you pay it early, you're responsible for all the interest for the whole time that was planned for the loan. So, you got to be real careful, as Claudia was saying.
Mary, did you want to add anything to that?
So some of the suggestions I have, if you want to start or create a small business loan, credit for your business, if you on your personal side has low credit. So let's put one thing in place. In order to establish business credit, your personal credit has to be great, right? Because what they do, the banks say it's a business credit, but they're also looking at you on the personal side. So you want to make sure that your personal credit is in place first before when you're seeking business credit. And some of the things you can do to start establishing business credit, maybe if you using your cell phone, instead of having the cell phone in your name, place it in the business name. If you go get Staples supplies, a home, Office Depot, you may want to get a card in their name that you're going to pay right back. You charge $60, you pay it right back. Or you can get some type of secure card to start establishing your business credit. But always keep in mind, they're always going to reflect back on your personal credit first. And if that one is not in the 600s, then it's going to be hard for you to establish business credit and get anything in the business name.
Yep. And even if you get business credit, you almost always have to give a personal guarantee. So it's not like it's not like you can close your business and not still owe it. So, so don't start thinking business credit, oh, I'm good. If business doesn't work, that's okay. You're going to be giving a personal guarantee. And, the other thing, you mentioned, can I get a business? I guess I've heard you could get a business loan or line of credit without the personal side, but I've helped a lot of people get financing and I've never, ever seen it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andrew. All right, we're going to swing back to the SBA loans and the PPP. We have a few questions here as well. I received an SBA loan. I am a corporation. SBA is now requesting my board minutes that approved me accepting the loan. However, I am the president and sole board member. I can't have a board meeting with myself. How do I respond to the SBA?
I'm assuming that was one of the PPP loans from last fiscal year 2020. And more than likely, they want to see if that individual, based on the information that I heard at this moment, they may want to see if there was actually a business in place during the year that that individual applied for that PPP loan. A lot of people applied for PPP. Let's go back one step. During last year, around this time, 2020, there was the coronavirus pandemic and the majority of the world shut down. SBA had to implement the PPP loan program, Paycheck Protection Loan Program. And when the lender submitted the application to SBA, it was approved. Every lender was delegated. There was an automatic approval and the money was dispersed within 10 days or more, depending on the lender's work amount. So during this year, the PPP started back, this is 2021. During September 2020 up through December 2020, SBA has been reviewing all of those loans. And some of those loans were not actually a small business. So SBA is backtracking, and many folks that applied during the earlier part of 2020 must show if they were actually a business. So that could be why they're requesting the board minutes or whatever, based on what was said here. I don't know the full reason for that, but based on what I heard here, that's what I can say.
Okay, so Andrew and Mary, what's the solution to that? If she is the sole board member, obviously she said she can't have a meeting by herself. So how does she remedy that?
Well, first thing is, why not? You can. You just go to the meeting and you write some minutes. Just do it. Say, I met this day with myself, and this is our minutes from the meeting, and here you go. That's all they want. And they are circling back for people on the EIDL now as well. So, like was said by Claudia, they wanted to get money to people quickly. So they didn't ask for all the documents up front, but they are circling back. And, you got to keep in mind, you're getting financing, there's regulations, and so there's pieces of paper that need to be in your file or someone's getting in trouble. So, support your people by getting them the paperwork they need.
Okay, great. Another question here is, what is the best, I'm sorry, I opened my business in 2019, but had to stop because COVID-19. So 2019, there was zero income, but in 2020, I started making some income as a single employee LLC. Do I still qualify for EIDL or PPP?
When did they start in 2020? Before February?
Yeah, I think that's important. So Cleon, if you can answer that, did you start before February 20th, 2020? I think that's the date.
Well, they would have to be in business February 2020.
Yes, he said
actually
yes.
operating.
Yes, he said yes.
So she can apply based on what we heard here.
There you have it, Cleon. And if you need help, reach out to our center. We can help you navigate that application, and there'll probably be some documentation that you have to provide. So just reach out to us for us to assist you with that. We have another question here. What is the best way to get a business line of credit where I have very low profit for, I'm hoping this is the last 10 years. I did get the PPP and EIDL loans.
So I'm hearing that the person is asking to get a line of credit, which is totally different than a loan, right? And so there are some places limited that provides a line of credit for a business. But even though you had low profit, you can still apply, because basically what we said prior in our conversation, they will be looking at your personal credit as well. And if your personal credit is fine, you can still be eligible for a line of credit for your business, even though it's low. Your income is low, but you'll still be eligible for some type of line of credit if your personal credit is great.
Okay. Anyone else needed to add to that, or?
They yes, they can apply, but I would speak with a business counselor and just to look over my financials, and I don't know about the low profit. Maybe they need to change the direction of their business. I don't know what's going on, but I would sit down, well, virtually, and talk to someone and discuss my business.
Thank you very much. Another question here. Do I need an accountant if I am using QuickBooks?
So I will answer that question as being an accountant. So if you are in business and you are using QuickBooks, that's great. That's helping you to understand it, but you always need to also consult with a professional, because even though you're doing QuickBooks, you're understanding some of your numbers. As a business owner, you have to strategize for your future or where you want to take your business to another level. So even though you're doing QuickBooks, you may want to, I always have a little quote. I always say you have a checker to check the checker, right? And so even though you are putting the information into QuickBooks and looking at it, do you have the professional knowledge to analyze your data financially? Even though your bottom line is saying that you're making a profit, but what are your goals in the business? What are you trying to do? Where are you trying to move? And so you want to seek some type of professional, even if it's not an accountant. You want to seek a business advisory person or financial advisory person, because they may have knowledges to help you move your business to the next level or to reach your goal. So yeah, you should, even though it's QuickBooks, you may want someone to look at it, to just do analysis for you so that you can reach your next level as a business owner.
And as a non-accountant, accountants always don't agree with me, but if you're under 100 grand in sales, you definitely need quality bookkeeping, especially if you're, you probably need at least a bookkeeper. Under 25 grand, you're not really making enough to hire an accountant, probably. And you should reach out to SBDC because you could talk to Mary for free.
Great, thank you, Andrew. But you should always seek some professional advice. It's great that you're on QuickBooks. I wish everyone would get onto QuickBooks, but you also want to have that second eye to help you reach your goal or where you want to go.
Okay. Another question. Today I heard about piercing the corporate veil. What are the best ways to separate my business and personal finances? I pay for many of my expenses using my personal debit and credit card.
So I just said this prior. Remember I talked about debt ratio? So we want to get away from using your personal income and using your personal credit card and establish some type of business. You want to start a business bank account. You want to try to get some type of business credit card so that you can use that in order so that you don't increase your debt ratio on your personal side.
Yep.
So you want to definitely start working on that to move away from using your personal, because we in business, right? We in business to make money. A lot of people say they're not, but you should be. Even if you're a nonprofit, you have to have a bottom line in order to function, right? And so we are in business, and you need to sit down, do a budget. And I always say, when you start your business budget, include your personal expenses. And the reason why I say that, because if my personal house is not in order, my business is not going to be in order. So you want to include that. And if you do include your personal expenses, you know where you have to start. And at the bottom, that's going to give you a profit. So you're killing two birds in one.
Okay. So Mary basically just said, don't do that. And, basically, you have to have a bank account for your business.
Mm-hmm.
You know, worst comes to worst, you can get a personal bank account and only use it for your business. But all your business transactions need to go in and out of your bank account, and you really don't want to use cash. And then between you and the business, you have to have a consistent way of, if you're going to add money, you got to keep track of it. And if you're going to take money out, you got to keep track of it. And you should do that by writing a check if possible. Mm-hmm. Worst comes to worst, if you have a transfer to a certain account, because everything you need to do needs to show up and be understandable through your bank statement. So if you get audited, everything can be followed easily, because otherwise, the IRS gets to choose what the answer is, and usually they're going to choose against you. And but the most important part is you don't understand how your business is working, your financials could be right.
And if you apply for a loan and they're asking you to show your business expenses, how would you break them down if you're using one account rather than two? So I would take advantage of any sessions that is available at the SBDC to help me, truly help me start or grow my business rather
Yes.
than, making a big business mistake.
Yes.
Yeah. And piggybacking off of what Claudia just said, we do have an upcoming workshop this month called Access to Capital to Grow Your Business. And Andrew is the presenter there. And he tackles a number of these issues that we talked about, these questions that we talked today on the live, how to prepare yourself to access funding. And small businesses, we open up a small business and the first thing we think that we'll go into a bank and apply for a loan and we'll get it. It's going to be easy. And the one thing I enjoy about his presentation is he gives an exercise where he makes you be the banker, and he gives you a scenario and asks you, would you lend to this individual? This person is a masseuse, this person is a mechanic, and this is the situation. They want $1,000, and it's very funny to see how many of those small business owners, they either say, they come up with an excuse to say, I wouldn't lend my money to any of these of these small businesses, and it makes you look at that and say, well, this is exactly what the bank is thinking about myself. So I would implore many of you on today's Q&A to the workshop. The seminar is free, so I will implore you guys to attend it and see what goes into making yourself bankable, preparing yourself for down the line when you're ready to access capital to help you with growing your business, as well as good practices, to keep your business functioning on a day-to-day basis. For our experts here, any final words before we close out today's session?
I would prepare myself when approaching a financial institution for a loan, because I am approaching someone that don't know me, don't know any of my experiences, and I'm asking them for monies. So I would sit down with the experts to gather information how to sell myself to a financial institution that don't even know me. That's what I would do.
Okay.
Mary?
Great. So definitely what Claudia said. Also, my recommendation is to reach out to SBDC. This is information that you can really get for free, and take advantage of it. Take advantage of anything that comes your way as a small business owner to learn from. And you have experts like ourselves on there that can help you and move you in the right direction.
Okay. And failing to plan is planning to fail. So Claudia said it, prepare. And she said earlier, start early. And, one thing she talked about just a minute ago is, what you can do is don't be going into someone who you don't know, because you should already have gone in and met them and talked to them. So it makes the process a lot better, but unfortunately, most people don't do that.
All right. So I would like to say thank you to our experts and consultants here. Thank you very much, Claudia. and Mary and Andrew for taking the time out to share on capital credit and finance. I hope the information that was provided here today was very useful to our participants. Thanks to the participants for coming out today and celebrating with us. I'm so proud of you guys. 28 strong at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Some of you have been with us since 10 a.m. You guys are real troopers. So thank you guys for staying with us and celebrating with us today. Dr. Ndora, do you have any last words before we close?
Go start successful businesses and stay in business. You have help. We are here, and there is no reason why your business should go under with all the no costs expertise that SBDCs offer.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks to Tekoa as well. Go SBDC, Rutgers-Newark.
Yes.
Right? As we mentioned all day, you can reach out to us and take advantage of our services. The information is again here on my screen. Reach out to us at www.rnsbdc.com. And even if you're not in Essex County, we are statewide. So even if you fill that request out for counseling on our website, if you're not in our county, we will direct you to your local SBDC here. There are many that represent each county across New Jersey and seek that help. As Dr. Ndora and our panelists here said today. So thank you for joining us.
I do want to give a shout out to Priscilla and Tekoa for putting this together for SBDC Day. You did a great job, and without you are my superstars. So I just sat here and enjoyed it like a participant, and I want to thank you for all the work that you put into making this happen today. SBDC Day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to everyone and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank
you. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.